exchange contacts, okay, and let it be a warm atmosphere. Today we are going to be enriched. We are going to be empowered with the Ariba procurement platform. I tell you, we have been having this for 2 days. For the past 2 days, it has been knowledgeable. I hope you all are ready to receive today. Hello, are we ready to receive today? Yes, we're going to learn so much and how to navigate the Ariba platform. Welcome once again. We will start.
Recording in progress.
Testing. 1, 2. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, I want to warmly welcome you to the NMPC Scm Supplier Summit 2025. Please appreciate yourself again for being here this time, for being here so early. Thank you and thank you. Please, inside your starter pack, your summit pack, please, there's a face cap in there. We like to request that you wear your face cap, please, and also carry your tag in your person around you all the time so that you can be easily identified, please. Your face cap and your tag must be worn all the time, please. Thank you. It creates a uniformity and creates also aesthetics for our photography. Thank you so very much. The world is going digital, or the world has gone digital basically, and so at NMPC Limited, we want to make our suppliers, our vendors also come into the platform where we can have seamless flow of business, procurement processes, and all of that. Thank you once again. At this point, I need you to turn again and look at the person seated to you, left or right, and tell the person, good morning, you're looking good. It's an honor to sit next to you because you don't know who is sitting next to you. You don't know what tomorrow will be. So it's not just sitting down and talking. Please network, connect, all right, exchange contact so that you can, it's not just here alone. You can extend your relationship further down. Thank you so very much. At this point, before we start this event, I would like us to please be on our feet. May we all rise for the national anthem, please. We will sing the first verse and recite the last stanza as prayer. All right. Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
We'll recite the last stanza as prayer. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. And the people say, amen. Thank you so very much. You may have your seats now. We know that the world is now on a digital platform, digital stage. And so NMPC Limited has taken this time to gather his vendors, suppliers, business partners to equip you with knowledge concerning the Ariba procurement platform. This summit is strategically designed to help you become equipped and understand the usability of this platform. So please, today we're going to have 4 power pack sessions. I need you to expand your attention, span, so that you can be able to grasp and understand what it means to be on the Ariba platform. Are we ready for that? You're not sounding it. I know it's morning, but are we ready for that? Are you sure? Okay. Before we start this program, I would like to recognize some of our senior executives that are here with us and also watching online. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome and recognize our Chief Supply Chain Officer in the person of Engineer Telema Isokariare. Please put your hands together for Engineer Telema Isokariare. It's not loud enough. Is that how you celebrate the Chief Supply Chain Officer? Yes, let's maintain this momentum. And also, we have Head of Operations and Delivery, Dr. Yakubu Mohammed. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. And also, we have Head Center of Excellence, Mr. Rafiu Adediton. Please put your hands together for the man that is keen about excellence. And also, we have Head Global Category Management, Mr. Abdul Hakim Galadunchi. Please put your hands together for Mr. Galadunchi, please. And also here with us, we have Project Coordinator, Mr. Moses Sado. Please put your hands together for him. It's not loud enough, people. Let's celebrate this, our senior executives here. All right, just to let you know that we are running on Zoom platform. This meeting is projected on Zoom platform, and the meeting ID is 818-300-82747. I'll run it again. 818-300-82747. And the password is 2025. If you want to extend that contact or the link to your colleague, please do that. Thank you so very much. And also to let us know that, please, in our park, we have the quick reference guide that will guide us throughout the 4 sessions we're having today. You might want to refer to that because that will help you to, navigate what is being taught here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I should repeat it. Okay. The meeting ID, 818-300-82747. 818-300-82747. And the password is 2025. And also to let you know that we are live on YouTube. You can go to SCM Supplier Summit 2025. We are also live on YouTube. Go to SCM Supplier Summit 2025, the third day edition. Thank you so very much. At this point, I want us to pay our attention or turn our attention to the screen as we welcome the CSCO for his welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the screen for Engineer Telema Isokarere.
Valid suppliers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Telema Isokarere, and I'm the Chief Supply Chain Officer of NNPC Limited. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this Supplier Summit organized by the Supply Chain Management Division of NNPC Limited. Today marks another major milestone in our continuous efforts at strengthening collaboration, transparency, and efficiency in the way we do business in our organization. As part of our ongoing transformation, we are glad to introduce the full adoption of SAP Ariba system, a new digital cloud-based platform that will now serve as a single gateway for all procurement and supply chain transactions in NNPC Limited. This move is not just about technology. It is about emplacing a smarter and more agile way of doing business with you, our trusted and valued stakeholders. Going forward, all procurement-related activities, starting with the supplier registration and onboarding, pre-qualification, sourcing, and tendering processes, to the purchase order confirmation, advanced shipment notices, service entry, and invoicing will now be conducted on the SAP Ariba platform. It will provide a better visibility into your transactions, faster response times, and an overall smoother experience in doing business with NNPC Limited. We are fully aware that every new system comes with these challenges and learning curve. This is why we are taking deliberate measures to continuously support you to get ahead on the functionalities of the SAP Ariba system. A dedicated team has been set up to provide support for you during and after these summit sessions. Today, we'll be conducting hands-on sessions and live demonstrations to guide you through each step from onboarding to transaction management. Please take full advantage of these sessions to ask questions and get familiar with the processes. The team will also introduce the new modules we will have on Ariba platform, like the supplier performance management, category management, sourcing and tendering process, and contract management. I'm sure some of you must have received emails from us requiring you to complete a questionnaire for categorization. Additionally, our colleagues from the finance team, as well as the governance, risk, and compliance team, will also share insights on invoicing and the ongoing initiatives around supplier due diligence, explaining the new requirements and what will be expected of you to be confirmed or certified as a trusted and compliant partner. Our goal is simple: to create a transparent, fair, and efficient supply chain ecosystem where both NNPC Limited and you, our suppliers, can thrive together. We count on your cooperation, patience, and commitment as we embark on this new journey together. I want to sincerely thank every one of you who have made out time to be physically present, and those online, for your partnership, patience, and commitment, especially as we transition into this new system. Change, as we know, is never without its challenges. But with your cooperation, we are confident that the journey will deliver lasting value for everyone. Let me also acknowledge the project organizing team members led by Mr. Moses Sado, who are all on ground today, for their dedication in putting this together at the shortest notice. Finally, on behalf of NNPC Limited Management, I welcome you once again to this summit. Let us embrace this change with open minds and renewed enthusiasm. The future of procurement is digital, and together we are setting the pace. Welcome on board, and do have a productive session.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for that warm welcome by our Chief Supply Chain Officer, Engineer Telema Isokaria. Please, at this point, allow me to reintroduce Head Center of Excellence, Mr. Rafiu Adedotun. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so very much. At NMPC Limited, we take safety and security very paramount. So at this point, I'd like to invite the Chief Security Officer for a security brief. Please put your hands together for Gideon Okelola, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to BWC. My name is Gideon Okelola, the CSO of the organization. Right now, we are in Atlantic Hall. Just a brief on the safety tips of the hotel. Now, on your left-hand side here, where we have a glass door, that's where we have the exit, and that's where we have the restroom, in case you want to make use of it. And that's where we have exit as well. Down to the corridor, where we have a staircase and a service elevator. If there's any emergency, please do not use the elevator. You make use of the stairs down to where we have a muster point. We have two muster points, one at the exit gate, one at the in gate. There's a sign there. That's where you all assemble in case there's any emergency. Today, we are not having any drill. In case you heard any alarm, it might be false alarm, because it's not only fire that trigger smoke detector, dust can trigger it as well. That means if you hear any alarm, do not panic. There's a security at the entrance. It will let us understand if it is a fire incident or it's a false alarm, so that they can direct us where we go through in case of emergency. And for the sake of people that are lodging in the hotel, when you exit your elevator, on your right-hand side, there's a brown door, which is, we have another exit in case there's a staircase there that will take you down to where we have a muster point in case there's any emergency. All our fire extinguishers, they were all intact. Please, for the sake of the ladies that were wearing a heel, in case if there's any emergency, they should quietly please remove their heel, so that there will be no any harm to their leg. Thank you. And at the same time, we have an in-house nurse in case if there is any need for you to use an in-house nurse. Thank you, and enjoy your summit. Is there any question, please? Thank you. If there's no question, enjoy your summit.
Thank you so very much, CSO, Mr. Gideon. All right, are we ready? Hello, are we ready for the first session? I can hear you. Are you ready for the first session? It's power pack, people, trust me. Okay, before we go, I'll just quickly reiterate the Zoom link again. The meeting ID is 818-300-82747. 818-300-82747. And the password is 2025. You can also go on our YouTube page. The third day streaming is running on Scm Supplier Summit 2025 on our YouTube page. You can also follow us on GWPL Discussion Series. That's where you can find us online currently. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, you are ready, right? You are ready, right? Please, for those that are just joining on, please, you have a face cap in your pack, in your summit pack. Please endeavor to wear your face cap, please, for uniformity. Thank you so very much as you do that. Sir, if you want to, sir. Okay. To take us on our first practical session, which is about the Ariba Procurement Platform Review and Profile Management. Our facilitator is a certified SAP procurement consultant and digital procurement transformation expert with extensive international experience delivering SAP Ariba and SAP S/4HANA sourcing and procurement solution. For over 17 years, he has successfully led and supported more than 10 full-cycle SAP S4HANA MM, P2P, and SAP Ariba sourcing, working within the SAP active methodology. He is analytic, detail-oriented, and client-focused. Beyond consulting, our facilitator actively shares insight through his SAP Career Mentorship Program and thought leadership content focused on SAP Ariba, S4HANA, and the evolving future of procurement. This is what you are getting. The wealth of this knowledge is coming to you today. So, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming. Can we please celebrate Mr. Adeshola Oluwa Somi? Please put your hands together for Mr. Adeshegun Oluwa Somi. Please put your hands, celebrate Mr. Adeshegun. Thank you so very much, Mr. Adeshegun.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning at this occasion. You're all welcome once again. My job here today is very simple. It's just to run us through, to give us an introduction and overview of the SAP Ariba Business Network, basically. Okay. So we'll be going through this introduction, the type of accounts that we have on the SAP Ariba Business Network, and also we'll be going through the benefits of Ariba Business Network, the supplier registration step by step, then how you can access the Ariba Business Network. Then if you have any questions, once we're done, you can go ahead with that. Okay. What is SAP Ariba Business Network? Or basically, what is SAP Ariba? SAP Ariba is an automated platform that enables companies to run their supply chain, to run their procurement and supply chain department seamlessly. So SAP, it's a tool that helps us. It's a tool that helps supply chain connect that buyers and suppliers together in one environment. It makes it a digital tool that is used in the marketplace to connect the buyer and the supplier together. That means to connect NMPC and you, our esteemed suppliers, together. That's basically what SAP Ariba does for you, and SAP Ariba Business Network. That's what it does. Now, so you can imagine if you are on SAP Ariba Business Network, you have access to over 8 million companies, not just NMPC. That's part of what SAP Ariba Business Network brings to you. You have access to over 8 million companies that in 190 countries that use SAP Ariba Business Network. So that is part of what happens when you join, when you have access to SAP Ariba Business Network. Basically, when companies digitize their procurement and supply chain processes with SAP solutions, Ariba helps to bridge the gap between those companies and the suppliers, just like I stated earlier. And also, it allows, it helps you with it helps company run digitally. That's paperless. You know, in the world of procurement, there is always lots and loads of papers flying around. You have your PO, you have to run up and down to get your PO. You have to submit invoices. You have to send service sheets, job completion certificate, and a whole lot of papers fly around. But with SAP Ariba Business Network now, that will be a thing of the past. Everything is digitally done now, whereby you get your purchase orders by mail, you connect to your SAP Ariba Business Network, you respond to your purchase orders, you do your service entry sheets, you send your invoices through the SAP Ariba Business Network to your supplier. So it does a lot. It does a lot for you, and it makes everything more efficient and effective for each and every one of us. Basically, so here we have few benefits, just a couple of benefits of SAP Ariba Business Network for suppliers. These benefits are basically for suppliers. Yes, we, the buyer, we have a lot of benefits, but for suppliers, these are just a few of the benefits you get. So it enables faster and more reliable payments. Now, you can imagine if everything is digitally, if everything works digitally, and you get your PO, you don't have to travel all the way from Lagos to get a PO from NNPC in Abuja, or whichever SBU you are working with, or you have business to do with. Or you get your POs at the comfort of your home on your laptop. You log onto your Ariba Business Network, you receive your PO, carry out your stuff. When you're done, carry out the service or the goods. When you're done, you do your service sheets at the comfort of your home or your office, in your laptop, you know, and all that. So when you do all that, it makes everything faster. It makes your payment process more efficient. So once you're done with your job, you send in your invoice, except, you know, definitely, most companies have their own payment terms. So, you know, maybe 30 days, 40 days, but it shortens the lifetime of your procure-to-pay solution, and it makes everything faster. Now, secondly, you can track everything. Papers can get missing along the line, along the way, you know, but now that is a thing of the past. Everything is digitized. You can track your PO, you can track if it has been approved, you can track if the service entry has been approved, you can track a whole lot of things step by step, you know, just the same way you track when you place an order for an item, you know, with delivery and the delivery company, the way you track your shipment, you can track every process at every step of the way through the Ariba Business Network. That's what it does again. Now, secondly, for suppliers, Ariba Business Network helps you. It connects you to millions of suppliers. Now, yes, NNPC is introducing you to SAP Ariba Business Network, but it doesn't end there. You have access to millions of suppliers all over the world, not just Nigeria. Anywhere, any supplier can search for you. Any buyer can search for you on the Ariba Business Network and connect with you and send you POs, RFPs, and what have you on the Ariba Business Network. That's one of the things. It opens up more business opportunities for you as a supplier. Now, also, POs are automated. It reduces, from the buyer side, it reduces our own operation time. All you need to do is just create a PR and you are off after all the various approvals. So it reduces manual effort for us, and it also reduces manual effort for you. You have to print this, print that, submit this, submit that. All that is thrown out of the window now. Everything is digitized, and all you have to do is probably scan one or two papers, and that is done. So it helps other colleagues come up and show you. Now, how do we get SAP Ariba Business Network account? Okay, there are two different kind of accounts in SAP Ariba Business Network. The first account is your standard account. Don't worry, your standard account is free. It's always free. Just as we have all, including me, been using Instagram for free. I don't pay for it. I use Facebook, I don't pay. Except you want, I use Twitter, I don't pay. Except you want, you know, a higher account. So your free account, your standard account is your free account, which is usually activated once you get your first transaction. You can either get that activated from your first transaction, or you can get invited. Probably there's an RFP going on, and you get invited by the company. Once you get your invitation and you click on what you have, it takes you to the SAP Ariba Business Network for you to register, or or you can log on as an existing user. So for the free account, what it means by you get activated with the first transaction, let's assume you don't have an account. Some of us, we've been transacting with NNPC before. Some of us. We have accounts in NNPC, we're fully registered with NNPC on SAP S/4HANA, which has not been thrown away, by the way. Ariba is just a layer that sits on SAP S/4HANA and helps transform the procurement process better. So once if you have an account with NNPC before as a supplier, fully registered and all that, you will still get POs from NNPC as long as your emails are correct. The emails that you registered with, they are correct, is functional, is working. Once they send you a purchase order for a job, service, or goods, either or. So if you get that, once you get your email, you look at the email, it comes with an attachment. My colleague will show you that as we go on. My colleague will show you that in the subsequent sessions. So once you get an email, you will see there, it comes with a PDF, you have a PO from NNPC Limited to work with, and you see there's a link there that says process order. Once you click on that link, it takes you to register on the Ariba Business Network. That's what they mean by you are usually activated with the first transaction. So when you get there, and once you click on that link, it takes you to the business network where you are meant to either create an account or sign in as an existing user. I know some of us are already registered on Ariba Business Network. So with those kind of accounts, all you need to do is, instead of creating a new account, you can link your Ariba account with other IOCs with NNPC. But they will have separate accounts when you log in. So all you need to do is just log in as an existing user, and you go on with your process, basically. Okay. Now, just like I said, before you use Instagram, you have to be registered on Instagram. You have to have created an account on Instagram. So it's the same thing. It requires your prior registration before making your first transaction. So before you post anything on Instagram or before you tweet on Twitter, you must have a prior account there, whether you like it or not. Okay. Now, also, this standard account enables the electronic receipt of offers, so you can get your RFPs, anything NNPC sends to you for transaction. You will not get anything by paper. Your invoices, you create your invoices yourself, you submit them yourself on Ariba Business Network. We'll see that in subsequent sessions. Your the good receipts are done there, your service entries are done there. Everything is done on the Ariba Business Network on the standard account. So that's what the standard account offers you, and it's free. Then the enterprise account. The enterprise account may be subject to fees based on your transaction volumes. Subject to fees based on your transaction volume. It's not compulsory. The standard account is there. Like one of the advantages of having an enterprise account is that you have access. So SAP Ariba categorizes you in your own space. Probably maybe gives you more reach. It's like when you go to your Twitter or Instagram account, I like using this as an example, your X or Instagram account, you have this green tick on it. It satisfies you that, okay, this account is original, this account is true, it has been verified by Twitter or by Instagram. So the same thing, that's the same thing that your enterprise account gives you. So you have this green tick on it, and it shows that, oh, okay, yeah, you are verified, you are good to go, you are fine, and it just enables more trust with other suppliers outside NNPC when they reach out to you for that. For instance, was it on Monday, a supplier got an RFP from France. She doesn't know anybody there, she doesn't know anybody, the only thing that was written in French. So it was a bit difficult for her to understand what was there. So that's what SAP Ariba Business Network does to you. It gives you a global reach to everybody in the world. Okay. So how one of our one of the things we're going to learn today is how do we register on SAP Ariba. We have some slides that will guide you on how that is done. Also, when you are sent a link to register on SAP Ariba, when you are sent a link to register on SAP Ariba, that link actually contains videos that shows you how you can register as a supplier. Okay. So in NMPC, yeah, we have our own, there's a process flow in which this is done. Your supplier you receive a registration link from NMPC with a mail. We'll see that. And when you click on the link, it tells you to create your account. You create your account. It generates a ANID number for you, a specific ANID. An ANID number is Ariba Network ID. So it gives you an ID that is yours and yours alone. So you log on, you respond to the questionnaire. So when you are sent a link from NMPC, it comes along with a questionnaire. That questionnaire has a set of questions, different sections that you need to fill, your tax, your bank details, RC number, certificate of incorporation, and a whole lot of other things, your address, and your company name, and some transaction. There's a section for transactions where you have to input the emails you want to receive mails from and all that. So once that is done, you submit your questionnaire. After submitting your questionnaire, that doesn't make you a supplier with NMPC. That questionnaire still goes through scrutiny. They need to check it, ensure everything you've submitted and everything that is there is correct. And once it's approved, you get an email that your question that you have been successfully registered as a supplier in NMPC. Yep. And there's also a categorization part of it that my colleague will also come up in the next section to tell us about how to go about that and how you can work on that also. Okay. So there are two ways you can register as a supplier on NMPC. First, you can go to the NMPC website. When you get to the NMPC website, this is it, nmpcgroup.com. Once you go there, on the website, you have this particular page here that says Contact Us. Once you click on Contact Us, it takes you to some pages here where you will see, you scroll down, you see supplier registration. Once you click on, you see supplier registration says, are you a prospective supplier seeking to do business with us? Kindly click on the link below. When you click on this link below, you fill some minor details, just your, this is not the questionnaire that you're going to use, but this gives you just to fill some details, your name, company name, email address, and so that they can send you a link or reach out to you, either or. Now, that's one way to register. The other way is, let's assume you get an RFP from NMPC is trying to send out RFPs. So this is another way again. So register. This also sends, this is an email that says you are invited to register to become a supplier with NMPC Group. So once you're done with the previous link, this is one of the links. This is what you will get also that is inviting you to register. And when you get here, there is a link here that says click here to create account. So you can, once you click on this to create an account, it takes you to this particular page. So this particular page here helps you with, this particular page shows you the benefits of doing business on SAP Ariba Business Network, how that helps you. Then also you have Connect with NMPC Corporation PLC test on Business Network. So here, for some of us that are already registered, you can click on review accounts. It helps you Some people register once. We have issues where not with us, but probably you have multiple accounts with different companies. So once you click on review accounts is something from SAP Ariba that shows you the various accounts you have. So you know the one you want to, if you're an existing supplier on our SAP Ariba Business Network. So you know which of your accounts do you want to link with NMPC. Do you understand? Now, also, or you can, once you click on review accounts, use existing accounts. So if you have an account already and we send you a link that you should register with us, you can input your username and password on your existing account and log in and attend to the questionnaire that was sent to you. If not, then you create a new account. So you have different options. So when you create a new, so if you click on create a new account, that takes you to this particular page where you have to fill in. We have some tabs here that are compulsory. They're already asterisked and they are compulsory for you to fill. Yes, most people ask us, oh, I don't have a DUNS number. Is it compulsory? No, it's not compulsory to put anything there. A DUNS number is a DUNS and it's an international, it's an international number that you use. It just shows that your company is financially stable, sound, and all that. They use it in European countries, so but we don't need that. If you have one, you can put it there. It's a unique ID for you. If you have one, you can put it there, but it's not a requirement for us. What we need here is your company name. So because you sent us few details, those details is what we use to invite you to send you this link. So it will show your company name here. You can change it if maybe the spelling is wrong while you are sending it, or one or two things. So your company name is here, your company legal name, the country, your address, all those are important for you to fill. Another important thing for you to fill here is your city, dates, and your postal code. Depending on the country you select, it comes up with either postal code or zip code. But I know in this part of the world we use zip code. Just in case you don't know your zip code is just a code that shows your exact location. Locations have been differentiated. So all you need to do is just click on google.com and search for the zip code of the area you are, and it will give you a 6-digit number. I know your zip code, the zip code is always a 6-digit number. So you can do that. I mean your postal code, sorry, not zip code. Your postal code is a 6-digit number, and that you do. Now, the person creating this particular account is the administrator of the account. What do I mean by the administrator? The administrator, that means you are in charge of this account. You are in charge. You can add subsequent people to the account to do various things on the account. So the person creating this account, you must ensure that the person is the administrator of the account. That's from the supplier company. So here you put in your first name and the last name, and also the email or your username. If the email you gave us that we sent, that we used to send the invitation link, you can either use that email as your username, or you can generate your own username. If it's not, if you check the box, then the system will use the email as a username. If you want to have a different username, you can go ahead and do that. Now you need to also select your own password. There is we'll see that there is actually there's some things that are necessary in the password. The usual capital letter, one letter. You must not follow the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or you mustn't use the same letters at the same time. Then also you need to have read and agree with the terms of use of Ariba Business Network. Remember, terms of use of Ariba Business Network. Ariba Business Network is a tool that connects you, the supplier, with NMPC, the buyer. NMPC does not own Ariba Business Network. It's a tool that we both use. Microsoft Office is a tool that we use. Microsoft Teams, I use it. We connect, we do video together on meetings and all that. So it's in case you want to reset your password, you want to do anything on Ariba Business Network, you need to go to your Ariba Business Network page. There's an help icon at the top there. You click on it and you send them a mail. As you have an account on Ariba Business Network, NNPC too has an account on Ariba Business Network. The buyer side, you are suppliers, we are on the buyer side. So it's a tool that connects both of us together. Okay, so I was talking about this. So the characters, you must be between 8 and 12 characters for your password, A to Z, and all that. So once you get all that done and you agree to the terms and condition, you can see the terms and condition here, SAP Business Network terms and conditions, not NNPC's terms and conditions. We'll get to the place where you will see NNPC's terms and conditions, and the GRC team, when they come up, also in subsequent sections, will tell you more about that. Then you need to let the system know that you're not a robot. Now, once all that is done, you click on the icon there, create account. Once you do that, create account is sent, this screen comes up. That means it sends you an email to confirm your email address on the account, on the email that it sends you an email immediately. Okay? Please note, try and ensure that your network is good when you're doing all this, when you're trying to create your account, so you don't have to, get logged out or get missing in transit. Okay? So, but you have, please note, you have 72 hours to follow the steps in the email and confirm your email address in the next 72 hours. So when Ariba sends you this email, you need to make sure you attend to it in 72 hours, or else it closes it out, then you need to start all over again. Okay. So on your email, just like I said, just in case, you need to look at who sent the email. You can see Ariba Commerce Cloud, action required for you to confirm your email address. Once you click on confirm your email address, which is here, once you click on the icon confirm your email address, it takes you to this page. Now, this page is a page where you need to input your products, the products that you offer, the category, your products that you offer, and the categories you belong to in the business. So it's a whole lot of, don't worry, every category is covered in this particular place, because it's a United Nations codification standard that is there, so it's globally recognized. Now, we won't talk much about the categorization, because that will come up in the next session, how you're meant to go about your categorization, but you need to fill in this. We've had instances where we all select all. And, that makes it difficult for us to transact with you, because you can't be doing everything. Okay, and the next part of it here is your ship to service location. Your ship to service location just means where your location, where are you located. So you fill that in. Once you're done with that and you click on submit, you get this email again from the Ariba Business Network. What does this email say? This email just says that, welcome to SAP Business Network. Please find the account information below, your company name, your username, your business network ID. Like I told you earlier, it will give you a unique ID, ANID 111. The digits will be there for you. So this information you should keep. And it also shows you the administrator's email. The administrator's email is, you created the account. You are the administrator on the account. Probably the person that created it, the person that you, the supplier company, is using to create it, is the administrator of the account. So you are the administrator of the account. So and all that. So once you get this information, it's always good to keep it, because you might need it for future references on your own. Now, this shows now that you successfully registered on the Ariba Business Network, not with NNPC. You are successfully registered on the Ariba Business Network. Now, we move on to how you now register with NNPC is the next step. So the first step is ensuring you register on the Ariba Business Network and you get an ANID number. That's the first step. Okay, now once you leave the screen, this is the next screen that comes up for you. Now, this screen shows at the top of the screen, you see the SAP logo, you see the NNPC logo. At the top of the screen also, you have Ariba proposals and questionnaires. So that is where you get questionnaires from, your RFPs, when they send you proposals. My colleague will show you that as you go on in subsequent sections. So that's where you get your Ariba proposal and questionnaire. You can see that NNPC group. So here, on this screen here, is where you actually get your various proposals, like I told you. If you have, assuming you've been using SAP Ariba Business Network with other, probably IOCs or other companies, you will have, as you have an NPC here, you have Total here, you have Health there, you have that there. I think you can only have 3, then you have a more icon. When you click on the more icon, you see the other companies you are doing business with. When you click on that, it takes you to the page of that company. So it's the same thing that happens. So just in case, for those of us who are already registered and do business with other IOCs, when you come here, don't be alarmed. Just look for the company you want to actually respond to on a particular, and it takes you to that particular company. Okay? So now, for NNPC, so you have your various events that you've attended to, RFPs, contracts, and all that. You have them down there. But what we're interested in now is the questionnaire that NNPC group has sent to you to register as a supplier. So you click on the supplier registration questionnaire. Now, at every point in time you do anything to this questionnaire, you will see it at the status here. You know, we spoke about you being able to track everything you are doing on the Ariba Business Network. So you can see the status here says you've been invited. You've been invited by NNPC. The status at the right-hand corner there. You can see you've been invited by NNPC, but you've not done anything to it. As you progress, if you've submitted, you see submit there. Once you are registered, you see registered there. That means you're fully registered. So I go on. The next is, like I said earlier, we have various sections for you to fill on this particular questionnaire. The first is the general supplier information. Now, the first things first, like I said, now, do you accept the customer code of the business? That's NNPC. So this is where you now say yes or no. Definitely, if you say no, then you're not in business with us. But if you say yes, then you go ahead. So now the next there is the 1.2. You have your supplier full name. Make sure you input your supplier full name. Please kindly note your supplier full name, 42 characters is okay. Let's see. If it's more than that, then you might have issues synchronizing with the system at the end of the day. Okay? Because for those of us that are already on the Ariba Business Network, what the system does is, for those of us that are already on, fully registered as suppliers in NNPC before on the previous system, whatever you were doing here, at the end of the day, synchronizes with that. So if you give any details here that is contrary to what you have in the S4HANA system, because they're going to synchronize together, it will not fly, and you will not get, it will just be there. You won't get registered, and everybody will be running up and down the whole place. Okay. I forgot to mention, before I forget, so once you click on the response, once you click on the response and you start responding to this particular questionnaire, there's a time there. 30 days is the set limit. After 30 days, you need to ensure you complete this questionnaire. If you don't complete it, it goes off after 30 days. You won't be able to click on it. Then you need to send a mail or a message for them to reactivate the questionnaire for you so that you can continue. But note the time there. So you need to work towards that. Okay. So your supplier full name, like I said earlier, please ensure it's no more than 42 characters so that we don't have issues with this synchronizing with what we have in the S4HANA system. Okay, so your country code, your telephone number, all those sections asterisk in red, they are compulsory for us. Please let's ensure we fill them and we put in the correct details there. Okay. Now, as you can see, do you accept the customer code of business conduct? The GRC team in the last section of this program will tell us more about that. And I'll move on. So here is where you have to put in your address, your street, your postal code. Please note your postal code, city, especially your postal code. It's compulsory. It's a compulsory field for you to impute. If you don't impute that, then you will not be able to synchronize you with the system properly. Okay. So once your address is complete, if you have an internet address also, you can impute that there. It's not compulsory. Then we move on to the sections that ask you if you want to transact with us electronically or digitally, as if I may put. So definitely that's why we are all registering on Ariba Business Network, is for you to be able to transact with us electronically. So if you say no, then but yes, definitely we move on. Now, these particular fields are actually very important. This is our transaction information. When I say transaction information, what I mean by that is how do we communicate with each other? Definitely by emails. So the first one is our email address for purchase orders. Now, it's a simple question. All what is asking is which email do you want us to send purchase orders to you from? That's what they're asking you there. So any email you put there, that's the email that will always receive purchase orders from an NPC. Purchase orders, RFPs, what have you. That's the one that will always do it. Now, the second one is email address for account receivables. There are some organizations that your supply chain accounts, the people that receive maybe info@supplychain.com is different from info@accountsreceivable.com. So you put in the desired email you want to receive. Remember, we said Ariba Business Network doesn't just deal with POs, it deals with your POs, your service entry, your invoices also. So you need this. So the second one, if it's the same email, you can use the same email all through, but if it's a different email, you can put it there. Now, the third one, where we've had issues with people, the third one itself comes up, it's standard, it's default. It's asking for PO email address, not language. It's a language, not an email. It's just asking which language. And it's English, it's default. English is so it's defaulted in English. English is our what's it called? National language that we transact with. So please leave it the way it is. EN, don't write English. We don't need it. It defaults itself. So just leave it there the way it is. Once you change it, your account will not synchronize. You will not be able to. You will not be able to go on. So that needs to be left the way it is. Then your PO email address note, you put in your email also, is your address note for your PO. If they send you emails, where do you want it to go? That's basically. Then the 1.12.5, that's remittance email address note language. That one is also a language. It's EN, it's defaulted. Please leave it as EN. Don't touch it. Don't put anything on it so that we don't have issues. Then the last one is your remittance email note address. That's your email also. So please note, we have 4 places where we put emails: the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 6th. The 3rd and 5th, please kindly note, they are standard, they come defaulted, just leave them the way they are. Okay. So once we're done with the section once you're done with that section, the next section we come to has to do with your bank information, your tax details, your evidence of tax details. You know, we're going to ask your CAC number, your RC number, your NSITF, insurance, pension, MEMAT, and a host of attachments that you need to impute there. Please ensure you impute all those things there. And remember, it's going to synchronize with the S1 system. Okay. Once all that is done, once you impute all those numbers and everything, the next thing for you to do is to submit your entire response. Now, let's assume that while you were trying to run this, you didn't have, there's a particular attachment that you still need to get. All you need to do is to click on Save Draft. You save it, get your attachment. It's going to take you 10 days. Just ensure it doesn't go beyond the time remaining that you have there. So once you get that, you can always come back, log in, and continue with what you're feeling. So that's not a problem. Now, let's assume you click on Submit your entire response. Once you click on Submit your entire response, the system asks you, are you okay? You know, it's just for you to check, just for you to recheck and be sure everything is fine. Once you click on OK, that's done, and you will get an email, and you also see this. Your response has been submitted. Thank you for participating in this event. Now, let's assume I submitted. Oh, I made an error. There's something I need to change. You can always come back. You can see Revise Response at the top there. You can always come back there. Click on Revise Response at the top here and change whatever you need to change. Then you submit it again. Now, submitting this does not mean you are automatically a supplier. When you submit this, it still goes for approval. It still goes for approval in the supply chain team. They check everything you sent and ensure everything is correct before they approve it. Once it's approved, you will get an email saying that your registration has been successfully approved and you're now a supplier. And at that point in time, please note, while your questionnaire is being processed, the revised response screen will not be there. But once they are done processing it and everything, the revised response screen will come back. So it means even after you are registered, let's assume you want to change your email here or you want to change something there, you can always come back here. It's yours. It's your business network page. You're the owner. So you can always come back to the revised response, change what you need to change. But when you make that change, please note that it also goes for approval again. So that needs to be cross-checked again. Then when it's approved, then you now continue what you're doing. So as you can see, once you're done, it shows pending approval. Just like I told you, at every point in time, the system shows you where you are, what you're doing, what's going on. So you have pending approval. Once it's approved, you'll see there registered, and it means you are safe to do business with us at NMPC. Okay, so now when you create your SAP Business Network account, this is your SAP Business Network account landing page. So on this page, you can do various things with your account. This is what your account looks like. It shows you, don't worry, this is a test account. That's why you can see there are some figures there. There are some figures there. There are some orders that has been done, the purchase orders, transactions you've done in the last 3 months. So it's a dashboard. It's a whole dashboard for you that you can play around with. It is your dashboard, not our dashboard. It's your dashboard to play around with and show it. It shows your matched leads, your invited leads, and we have various tabs here that you can use. It shows your account type at any point in time. The standard account is the free account. Then you can toggle between the business network and the the business network and the questionnaire page. The business network is where you receive your POs from. This is the page your POs will show. Then the other one that we were on earlier is where your questionnaires, where you have your questionnaires and a whole lot of other things to do. To toggle between the both of them, all you need to do, you can see here shows Ariba proposal and questionnaires here. Once you click on this drop down here, you will see Ariba Business Network. My colleague will show us all that as we continue. You see Ariba Business Network. That takes you to the page I showed us earlier. It takes us to this page. So this is the business network page. So once you're here, you can toggle here. So you can toggle between your pages. Well, for you on Ariba Business Network, it doesn't make any difference as long as you're on the Ariba Business Network. But for we at the back end and the buyer side, we have two different pages, you know. But that has to do with Ariba itself, not the business network. We have what we call the Ariba upstream and the Ariba downstream. The downstream is where your POs and co flow through. The upstream is where your RFP, contract, sourcing, and all that. But that's not for the suppliers. What you need is this page, and you can toggle between this page and the other page. So here you have your home page. This is your home page where you have your dashboard, and you can play around with it and check a lot of things. Your enablement page is where various buyers send you some tasks to do. So once you click on your enablement page, if there's any task from any buyer, you'll see that there. Then discovery is also a page where your discovery page is a page where you can get discovered, you can search for leads all over the world, anywhere. Then your workbench. Your workbench is basically, once you click on your workbench, it shows the purchase orders and what you have available for you. And the orders is where you have your purchase orders, your contracts, and a whole lot of, you click on the drop down. Your fulfillment tab shows the service entries you've done, the confirmations that you've done, and all that. The invoice tab shows you your various invoices that you submitted in the system. Then your payments that have been made, then more, as the name denotes, more icons that are necessary for you. Then we also have here, where we have the initials, MS, at the top there. Once you click on the initials, it shows you your account name, your account ID. Then it also takes you to update your company profile. You can update your company profile yourself on Ariba Business Network. That helps you to, you can input the number of employees, you can update your annual reports and accounts. You know, it just makes you more visible and more interesting for buyers all over the world to see you. So you can do all that on your Ariba Business Network account. This is what it looks like. Then you have this help icon at the top of the screen there. The help icon is what you click on if you have any issues or anything with SAP Ariba Business Network. So from there, you can connect with them and all that. Now, for us in NNPC, if you have questions while doing this, you can actually, at the bottom of the screen here, you see compose message. Once you click on it, you can send a message to us. It will get to the project manager that sends you the questionnaire. You'll be able to respond to you. Let's assume you have questions or anything you want to inquire about. This helps you also to do that. So you can always do that. So basically, at the end of it all, congratulations, you are now a registered NNPC supplier. At this point, I will stop for questions and answers.
All right, please, can we appreciate our facilitator, please? Thank you, Mr. Shegun, for that in-depth overview and profile management. We are in question and answer session now. Any question? Any clarification you need? Thank you. Please you stand. Introduce yourself and your organization, please.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Wallace. Please, when you were taking the last slide, I expected you to look at it says standard account and enterprise account. You did not.
I mentioned that. Okay, no problem. It's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much for your question, sir. That takes us back to the beginning of the entire presentation. So, I said at the beginning, we learnt about standard account and enterprise account. The standard account, which you saw, that was the last slide, is your free account. That one is free. It's free. You can do anything you have. The enterprise account, you might be charged per transaction, depending on your transaction volume. There is no difference. It doesn't stop you from transacting with anybody all over the world, whether it's standard or enterprise. The only thing I said about the enterprise account is it allows you, it's more else like a verified account. You have on Twitter, you have verified accounts. On Instagram, you have verified accounts. It just shows that you are more, well, no, it just shows that you are verified. That's all. They've gone through your, Ariba is saying, oh, we've gone through this particular supplier. He can do the oil services he's talking about. He can do a whole lot of things and what have you. That's the difference.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next question, please. Sorry, let me. Sorry, I can come back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shinyobola Ojekunle, and I'm representing Mountains Energy Solutions Limited. So I have 3 questions, and the first goes, as a supplier, can we send invitations to other firms we transact with so they can also join Ariba? And the second question is, can a firm have account as a supplier and as a buyer? One firm have account as a supplier and as a buyer. And the third question is, does the software allow for multiple users to one account? Like Instagram, I can connect with one phone, connect on my laptop, connect with another phone. Can that also happen with the software? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. NNPC will charge you for those questions because those are Ariba questions. They are not NNPC questions. We are buyers too. We use the system too. Okay, so your first question was invitation to other. Yeah, so the SAP Ariba platform has a particular place where you can actually send trade relationships to organizations, and organizations can send your organization trade relationships to. Okay, but you would need to have which flows into your second question. If you can have a supplier and buyer account, yes, you can have a supplier and buyer account. It depends on your organization. You might have people, you might have.
Oh, sorry, my name is Dr. Chris Emeka. I represent Q-Gate Resources. I want to ask, during your lecture, there was a place you talked about where we could ask questions during registration. I would like to get further clarification on that. That's number one. Number two, you also spoke about the fact that when you are registering, if you want to deal with other companies in the IOCs, there's also a drop line where you could. Can you please further clarify that? That's number two. Number three, and my last question is, now, sometimes we get RFQ from other parts of the world. We get from Canada most times and all that. And sometimes you want to wonder how you breach this, considering the tax thing, tariff thing introduced by Mr. Trump that has now gone around the whole world and all that. So how, please advise. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So your first question deals with how to get clarifications or information. If you look at the screen, there's an icon at the top right-hand corner of the screen that says help. Once you click on that, you have a chat box that comes up, asks you what do you need, what is wrong, what transpired. Yeah, during registration or even when you are on your own page. I will show you that as we go on. There's an help icon also at the top right hand corner of the screen in case you have just hold on, let me go to that. Okay, so there you can see the question mark before your initials at the top right hand corner. It's an help icon. So if you click on that also, it tells you what and what you should do. If you have RFQ from other parts of the world now, RFQs are filled. Sorry. Let's go back here. So your RFQs are filled from this side of the Ariba Business Network. Okay. Your RFQs are filled from this side of the Ariba Business Network, as you can see on the screen. So here, this is where you can actually fill your RFQs. And remember, at every point in time you're attending to any RFQ, like I showed us while attending to our own questionnaire, at the bottom of the screen, you will actually see a place where you can compose a message. Compose your message, type in your message at the bottom of the screen there. Yes, this is questionnaire, but for every event, every RFQ is an event. Anything you do on this part of the screen is seen as an event. My colleague, when it comes up during the other sections of this presentation, will show us that more. So at this event, you see RFQs here at the bottom. We have events, you have RFQs, so you see all the various RFQs. You click on the RFQs and try to engage on the RFQs. If you have any question, you just click on compose message, send the question. Whoever sent the RFQ will receive that and respond back to you here. You will see, you get emails back and forth on everything.
All right, thank you. Next question, please.
Good morning.
What's the last question? Was RFQ?
The last question. When you get RFQs from like let's say Canada,
the
tariff thing. So
the tariff things, you need to send them a message. We are just an NPC. If it's an NPC now, I can answer you. But from other countries, from other clients, you might need to send them a message about. Just click on that compose message too. Send them a message. They will respond to you.
Okay.
Because they've sent you. The RFP has reached you, so they will always respond to you.
All right.
Good morning. I am Opiora Henry. Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation so far. And I don't know how much NNPC will charge me for my question. I don't know if it's Ariba or NNPC related. So my question is, do we have any influence on the waiting period when we click submit, provided that we have meticulously filled that questionnaire and provided every information on that questionnaire? What is the wait period to get the approval?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, as you note, the wait period, I know you saw this, so maybe you thought the wait period is 30 days. The wait period is not 30 days. You have 30 days to fill the questionnaire and submit. Once you submit as a supplier and they get the email, they verify your... So, yes, it takes time to verify someone. Do you understand? But I know it will not take 1 month as long as everything is fine. It won't take 1 month. It depends on the volume of transactions. I come to work.
Contact person you can reach out to facilitate it. Thank you.
Okay, ma. Your first question has to do with standard account. Thank you very much for your questions, ma. Very valid questions. So your first question had to do with standard and enterprise account. Well, really, for me, you can have either of the accounts, standard or okay. The question, let me put it this way: if I have a verified account on Instagram or X, and I have my normal account, I'm still using Instagram. You still have the number of likes and views you want to have at any point in time. Do you understand? So basically, what we just said is, it doesn't mean you are not categorized. You are not categorized, or you won't be seen if you have a standard account. If you have an enterprise account, what I said is, it means you can get that tick from from SAP that shows that it's just saying SAP verifies you the same way X or Instagram has verified you that this person is original, is not a robot, is not this, we have your account. That's the same thing you get. It's only that you pay. Okay.
Second question.
Your second question. Sorry.
Should I rephrase?
Yes, please.
Okay. I said, during your presentation, there was a space where you can send in your questions for the back-end users. So my question now is, on the start of the registration, is there a contact person or an email? Just for instance, signing in, let's start with that. You have an issue with signing in. Is there someone you can reach out to just to make it faster?
Okay. So you just have to do what you have to do. You can't make it faster. Now, when you want to sign in, the help icon is there at the top right corner of the screen. You can click on that. Remember, yes, we are a supplier, we are buyers, we are both using Ariba, do you understand, as a platform. So what you need to do is click on the help icon, the chatbot comes up, send in your mail. Now, if you need help from us, the way we can help, if you look at the back of your card, there's a phone number, there are phone numbers and email address. The tag you have on, there are phone numbers and email address at the bottom of the tag. You can reach out to anybody there to assist you in anything that they have knowledge of.
All right, thank you. Next questions.
So thanks again for the wonderful presentation. My name is Franklin from the Goshen Group.
Okay.
I've got a few questions, but this tells us of his question regarding the Ariba registration. So for a contractor who has the same login for multiple buyer Ariba contractor accounts, how do you assess an NPC or an other buyer customers that use Ariba?
Okay.
That's my first question.
Okay. Go on.
Okay. The second one is on this platform, can the PO number serve as the transaction ID?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your questions. Very valid questions. Okay, so the first one, your first question with multiple buyers. Yes, you can transact with multiple buyers. How do you get to see them? So if you look up at the screen, if you have multiple accounts, you have multiple people, they've sent you POs or emails. Now, when we send you an email that you have a PO to attend to, once you click on that link there, process order on the PO, my colleague will show you us that as we go on. When you click on the link, process order, the link takes you straight to your login page. When you log in, it brings you to where you're meant to process your order. That is, it takes you here. It brings you here. Sorry. It brings you to this page where you are meant to process the purchase order. That's if it's a purchase order. Now, wherever it's coming from, whether it's an NPC, whether it's everybody, but I know from our side, there's a link, process order. You see it as part of the email of the purchase order you got. Once you click on process order, it takes you to your login page, and when you log in, it brings you here. And you see the purchase order on orders icon at the top there. You see it here that you have a purchase order to attend to. So once you click on that, you can do your purchase order. Now, the other one is, let's assume you want to toggle between your various buyers. When they are here, if you come to Ariba proposal and questionnaires here, when you toggle, you will have Shell, Chevron, Total, more. When you click on the more drop down icon, you will see the various entities you want to actually attend to. Once you click on it, it changes to their page. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay. Then, your PO number. The second question was, can you use the PO number as your transaction ID? That's what I assume is when you are filling your service entries. That way you're trying to say, yes, you can use it's your number. As long as you can use your PO number, you can use your invoice number, it's your number. It's not our number. But you should use something that you can relate to, that is relatable, that you can relate to easily. Okay.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Shegun. My name is Adene Winsala from TNL. I just want to take you back to, it's an observation, and I need your confirmation on this one. Okay, so the gentleman was asking about solicitations here from the diaspora. Like you get a, So I am saying that, he needs to be careful. There might be scams. if it goes through the process that you have already taken us through, there's a process. You know what I'm saying? You need to register. You know what I'm saying? Go through that proper registration before they can now ask you for or send you RFPs or RFQs. You know what I'm saying? And so by the time you go through that, I'm talking about you, yeah? By the time you go through the process and you're properly registered, you know what I'm saying? Those questions will be answered. So if you just get a solicitation from the blues, you know what I'm saying? Then that's a scam. Okay, so you shouldn't even go there. That's one. Then the other one, the lady here was asking about being a buyer and a seller. And a supplier. Okay, so being a buyer requires a more robust enterprise system, correct? So you can't just be a buyer. You know what I'm saying? Am I correct? Because he has to. You have to be in the fold of NNPC, Chevron, and all. You know what I'm saying? Before you can be a buyer. Do you know what I'm saying? Please confirm if I'm wrong. Yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. Very valid questions. So the first question is, if you get an RFP that you did not solicit for, let me put it this way. So at the beginning of this year, we sent emails out to all the suppliers. It was an email from NNPC. Some people thought it was scam. In Nigeria. So in the diaspora, if you get an email, remember, because you got an RFP, you might not be registered with them. If you click on the, you see there the RFP, you click on the event because you are registered with Ariba. Now, if you click on the event, it will take you to their page. Now, for you to have, yes, I know there are scammers and all. For you to have, remember, you to even have an account with SAP or Ariba, you need to register with them. You need to be a partner with them. So there are things that they will have asked you or they will have inquired from you before they get, before you're a partner. The only thing you can do is to ensure you secure your own system. That's your username and your passwords. You ensure that they don't fly around anywhere, because if anybody gets into your account, changes your username and password, and uses it to send or change or send your PO or something. So you need to be careful with that. But you can get unsolicited leads from anywhere. If you look at this, where we have discovery at the top of the screen. So discovery there, if you click on it and you click on leads, it will generate leads that was just thrown out. There are some companies that just decide to, for visibility and transparency, they send it out to anybody. They might say, okay, anybody that is under this category anywhere in the world, let's do business with them, depending on how large the corporation is or how it is. So it's a two-way thing. We can't rule out scammers at the end of the day, because maybe somebody's email might have been compromised or not. So that's the first question. Then the second question, you can be a buyer as long as you can run. It depends on, like you said, value. What value does it bring to you if you have a buyer account and you have a supplier account? It depends on what you're using it for, what you're doing. At the end of the day, it's all value. What do you gain from having, what do you gain as a small enterprise from having a large ERP? And I believe they are made for different ERP sizes for different companies.
All right, thank you. We have just 2 questions left.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Stephen Kehinde. I'm with Ogmajo Nigeria Limited. I just want to ask, as regards the company profile percentage completion, so is it mandatory? And if so, what is the minimum required percentage that you should have on your dashboard, after completing your registration? Or do you need to do, other things aside that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Valid question. So, what is the minimum percentage you need to have? I will answer this question this way. So, I log on to SAP Ariba. I see Ade and Co. and I see Shego and Co. I see Ade and Co. Percentage completeness 25%. I see Shego and Co. Percentage completeness 80%. I'll Shego and Co. first and look at. I might click on their profile just to be sure. Do you understand? And when I look at Shego and Co. and profile is complete and everything seems good, I go with them. When I see Ade and Co. that is 25%, if maybe Shego and Co. is not presenting what I want and I check Ade and Co., it doesn't stop you, but it is just more robust, more chances. It gives you more chances to. So the more details you have about the better your chances.
Thank you. The last question, please.
Good morning. My name is Onyesi Canisius. I'm representing Gorag Automobile. You mentioned when getting notifications via email in terms of POs and invoicing. So I wanted to ask, for every activity that happens on Ariba, for example, discovery, orders, payment, enablement, do you also get notifications via email, or you have to come to Ariba to access it?
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Your question, very valid. Yes, you get notifications via your emails. Do you understand? You get notifications via your emails. Peradventure, maybe you didn't check your email, or maybe there's something wrong with your network to your email. If you log on to Ariba, you also see it there. So you should, if you have emails and you don't have issues with your emails and everything is correct, you should get a notification on your email. But you know now, if rain falls too much in Lagos and there is flood on the island where all our internet cables coming through from all over the world, there is no network. So.
All right. Thank you so very much.
Thank
Please,
you,
can we appreciate our facilitator, Mr. Ade Shegun, for that in-depth overview and profile management about Ariba platform. Okay, like you already know, behind your card, your tag, there are numbers and also email address there where you can make further inquiry. But since you're here, we have the help desk behind. So during your tea break, you can just go there and just make some more clarification. We have a lost but found card here, a card holder, and it's for Mary Odufa. Oh my God. Should she pay for this? How much, please? Or let me ask you, have you signed up on Ariba platform? Have you? Are you engaging it already? No, let's know. If you are not, you have to engage it now before you come and get your card. Okay, if you're doing that, please come and get your card. Please, I would like to advise that our properties bag and all of that should be in our person at all time while this summit is ongoing. Okay, if you think you have gotten information, wait for the next session. All right, ma'am. Wait for the next session. Are we still here? Are we still ready? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, let me just test our mind a bit and understand if we've gotten the first session. How many accounts do we have? Sorry? 2. That's a good one. So, namely, I'm hearing a lot of people say salary account. All right. Standard account and what? Enterprise. But wisdom will tell you to go for which one? Aha. So please make sure the standard account you are on and make sure you click NMPC's page. All right. So I'm going to call out the Zoom meeting ID again for those who want to share with their friends, colleagues out there. Meeting ID is 818 300 82747. I say it again, 818 300 82747. And the password is 2025. And also you can go on our YouTube page to also check out this summit, the third day summit on SCM Supplier Summit 2025, day 3. On that same YouTube page, you can go on our channel and go to GWPL Discussion Series. All right, did we get that? If you have more inquiries, please, there are numbers behind your tag and email address there. Or better, you can use and go to the Areba help desk to get more clarification. Okay, to give us more details about this platform, we'd like to invite Mr. Adebisi Adewura, please, Adediwura, please, to come give us more insight on onboarding, registration, pre-qualification, and categorizing. You're not welcoming him. Come on, Nigeria. Let's welcome him. Thank you so very much, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I suspect maybe because I'm using glasses. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I just want to be sure that we have your attention. Let me welcome you once again to this Supplier Summit. You're welcome. So my role here is to be looking at what you're already seeing, vendor categorization. But before I go ahead, I will let you know that I'm here to represent global category management, and then we have a vendor categorization team that is working on this. And represented here, it's myself, and I also have a colleague, Mr. Mebeka, engineer Mebeka Noya, and he will also be part of this presentation. So my role is to look at the overview of this vendor categorization, and then later we are going to take you through the form which we have already deployed. I'm sure that some of you must have gotten the form by now. So the content has, first we'll look at the background. Why categorization? Why are we even doing this categorization? Why do you need to support this initiative? How do you participate? How do you participate? So we will be dwelling on that. Then we have already deployed invitation email to that effect. Like I said before, some of you may have received that email because we have gotten some responses already. So you will see a copy of the email. Then the questionnaire itself that will assist you or that will help you, that will take you to this level where you will now be categorized. You will see the questionnaire which my colleague here will be taking us through. So the background, without wasting your time. So the basic reason why we are doing this categorization, you know, as it is today now, all the registration is just in one box or in one basket. That means everybody does everything here now. So if I pick any of you now, you are doing everything. Like you are supplier to everything and you are doing services, you are providing services in every area as far as is concerned today in our registration portal. That's the way it looks like. But we want to change that narrative. So we want to be able to put you into different baskets where we believe that you have the strength, that you'll be able to function better, and then also that you'll be able to help our business and we'll also be able to help you better. So that's why we are doing this. So, and in doing this, we will look at the nature of the products and services. We'll put you in that, look at that basket. Then also, we intend to carry out vendor performance subsequently. So before for us to be able to measure your performance, definitely you have to be in a class. So you cannot be, for instance, now maybe you are in a university, we cannot be assessing you on all courses in the university. Of course, you have to specialize. So it was based on that specialization, they will now be able to properly measure your performance. So it is expected that you should have the license to operate or permit to operate, because if you say you are a specialist in this area, so what qualifies you to be a specialist? So somebody must have certified that, somebody must have looked at what you're doing and eventually grant you that, that right to operate in that particular area. And we all know that oil and gas business is a very expensive business, and it's very complex. So there is need for you to have been certified by a body that you have competence in certain area. They will be looking at your capacity also, probably based on your financial strength. So we only want a situation whereby we give you a contract of certain sum, and then you have to run around to gather money from friends and family for you to be able to execute your project that's given to you. So vendor categorization. So why? So I've been talking about some of the reasons why we have to go with this. Then we also want to be able to manage relationship with you effectively. So we want to be closer to you, just as you are getting closer to us, so that at the end of the day, the relationship we will have will be mutually beneficial. So you will have some benefit, we also have benefit to ourselves. So, and the only way we can be able to achieve that is if we know exactly what you do and how you do it. Okay? Then we look at streamline, for us to be able to streamline procurement processes. So this one also, at the end of the day, we extend to you, because if we send out a bid and then we now receive maybe 1,000 submission, for instance, imagine, just let's take a case. Let's say you were asked you to supply a computer, and then we send out a bid, and then everybody say, I can supply a computer, and then we receive 1,000. So can you guess how many number of days it's going to take us, maybe the evaluation team, to be able to, look at who is actually competent? Because it means that we have to look at every submission, whether we like it or not. Even if you submit empty document or blank document, we still have to look at it to be sure that it is empty. So you can see the number of days it might take us to be able to get through that kind of process. So, and that is one of the reasons we are also looking at it, that for your own benefit, for our own benefit, for us to gain speed. So there is need for us to streamline this process. Then for us to be able to make informed decisions regarding resource allocation, risk management, and strategic partnership. You all agree with me that the business is becoming more complex and is becoming more dynamic. And because of that, we have to be looking at this area critically. Risk management. So what are the risks involved? So for us to be able to do that properly, we need to know exactly where you operate. So we need to know how we can strategize together to achieve a common objective. Then for us to be able to maintain operational resilience. Just as I said, the business is becoming more complex. You don't know what may come tomorrow, and we don't know what may come maybe in the next minutes. So you see, you need somebody that will be able to withstand stress whenever it comes. So you need somebody that will be able to stand, that will be able to withstand any shock whenever it comes. So these are the reasons why we have to do this. Why do you need to support us? Some of the reasons I've already said. So for us to have to be able to be objective in our vendor selection process, then for vendor management, like I mentioned performance the other time, and you will see that when we do that performance, the performance is not just to judge you, it's not just a way to fail you in any way, but rather we want to see how we can help, how you can, when we help you, you also help us. It's not a one-way traffic, it's a two-way affairs. Okay, so that's why we want to do this. Then also we'll be able to facilitate our sourcing. We'll be able to target it in a way that, okay, we are not just wasting our time doing what is irrelevant. So we'll be able to look categorically to see that, okay, this is the area this person is operating, then we'll focus on that area, or this is the area we need to source products, we'll focus on that area. So that is the essence of this activity. So at the end of the day, when you put all this together, it will be more business for you. It will also be more business for us. Remember that NNPC, we are not stopping at any time. We keep expanding. So you see that We're expanding in different area. So, and it will continue like that. And then when we are doing that, we also want you to come on board and help us achieve what we need to achieve. So that at the end of the day, you will also get your own part of the benefit. So how do you participate? How do you participate? And I've said that we have already deployed an invitation, which we are going to see a sample. And then this one also talks about what you are going to be doing in that form. I'm not going to go into the detail of this because my colleague will still take you through that when we get there. So, but basically what I want you to take note here is that you have 5 categories to select, maximum of 5. But I assure you, even that 5 is a lot. Is a lot. I assure you of that. So most of the thing you do, you may likely find it under this 5. But if you think that you do more than that, maybe we can leave that one for further engagement and see how we can now, incorporate if you do more than that. But I assure you, you might not even be able to, even just one of them, you might not even be able to cover them sufficiently because it's a broad category. So, like I said, that is the copy of the mail that we have already sent out. So if you have received this, so we just want you to take note that it's coming from us. So it's not a scam and it's not a spam mail. So do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. So you can just go ahead and do the needful as stated here. So there is a link there. So when you click that link, it will take you straight to this form. So that's the form you are going to see. Correct? Let me go back again. Look at that, the second paragraph of that mail. Please click link to complete the questionnaire. So when you click this link, so that's where it takes you to this form. And so this form now is what we are going to be looking at in the next few minutes. Thank you very much. So I'll call my guy here now, engineer Noya. Please, a round of applause for him.
Please, can we appreciate him, please?
Thank you. That is my cue. As soon as I hear link, I am here. So while we set up, just as my colleague has said, if you have gotten the form, congratulations. Your registration is complete. You have been ushered into the room. So now it is the turn for categorization to take place. And it's just like what the ushers will do. You have entered the room, they will now point a seat for you so that you can get comfortable. So that whenever we need to find you, whenever there is an opportunity to engage with you, we know exactly where you are. That is the entire summary of categorization. Putting you in a basket based on your competency, based on your capacity and your capabilities. So that at any point in time, no opportunity will pass you by that is supposed to be for you. That is the entirety of this process. And to do that, to ensure that, we need information from you. That information starts from who are you representing? You identify yourself. Your vendor detail. Of course, you're all registered, right? It's a safe assumption to say you're all registered. So you give us that. As soon as you put that, you are done. The next thing we require is, let's know if you have been doing business, how have you been faring? Your audited financial statements. We need 3, just from 2024, 2023, 2022. When you open your own audited financial statement, you will see your revenue, your turnover that you have made for that year. You take that value and you put it in the box. That same year, you will also see your non-current assets. That value, you take it out and you put it in the other box. You are done with that. The next step is, from that audited statement that you have gotten this information, we want to see it. You know, we trust you, but we want to just verify. Okay? Get that, upload it in that box. Drag it, drop it there, and you're done. This step, you just repeat it for 2023 as well, and you repeat it for 2022. That's simple. The entirety of this, the objective is not to stress you. Make this thing as simple as possible so that we can get along. A partnership, we shouldn't start it in a chaotic manner, right? So, as soon as we are able to do that, now we are going in depth. What do you want to do? Okay. How do you want to partner with us? What are those skills? What are those areas that you are proficient in? That you believe you have an edge over every other person? That you want to sell to us? Put them there. As my colleague said, we have provided 5 opportunities, 5 categories. He also assured you that it is broad enough to cover what you believe you can deliver. And I can reiterate that. Because it is based on the United Nations Standard Products and Services Code that we have categorized this. And we used the area, not the segment, the area category. So within that area, there are a lot of, what do you call them now? Commodities, classes and commodities of items and services that correspond to that area. So each one is broad. We don't expect you to know everything. So we also have an attached link that will give you those areas. You don't need to type anything. Go through them, pick the one that corresponds to what you can do, and just fit it there. For the first one you have chosen, even though it's only one, ensure that you have sufficient evidence. Things you have done. Things that can show somebody that I know this job. I have been doing this job. Things like your job completion certificates. Anywhere you have done it before, you shouldn't be with only an NPC, right? You can work with any other person. Bring that evidence. I have done it somewhere before. I can do it again for you. If it is a PO that you have gotten, you put it. Job in progress, no problem. Contracts you have, no problem. It shows that you have done that before, right? Additionally, we need you to show us if there are specialized areas where you need for certifications, you need license to operate, permits to operate. You know, NUPRC and NDPRs have several. There are other areas. If you want to go into aviation areas, they have serious certifications that they give to you, licenses that you have to comply with, in the marine sector and all. Get that. Put it. Put as much as you can. 10 is good enough. But if you have much more, no problem. If you have one alone, no problem. You don't need to. One note of caution from what we have been seeing. You don't need to fake anything. Really, you don't. From the financial statement, you don't have. It's not a problem. There is also a category for you. Because we know, as we speak now, somebody is registering a company. Yesterday, last year. So, and they would want to partner with us. Won't we create space for them? So you do not need to fake anything. Please. If you start by faking things, then already your credibility is lost, right? Our risk management will flag, and there is an issue. So please, let us try and ensure that the information that you provide are verifiable. They are genuine, and it will serve you well. Thank you. The other areas that we have talked about, your license to operate, fine. Ensure that everything you are providing ties to that category that you want to participate in. You understand that? So you are helping to boost your chances of being recognized within that category. As soon as you do that, you also look at, oh, my company is affiliated to this. There are maybe relationship agreements that you may have with other OEMs. There are certificates that my company have that will show that they are in this business for real. Good. Include that. That is the area again. You just upload it for us. We have dedicated teams that will look through all of them. And the more streamlined you make it to those categories you have chosen, the better for everybody, right? So, as soon as we are done with that, we move on. This is not cut across all kinds of categories. There are some that, you just supply things, you might not need particular expertise from your personnel, right? It doesn't matter. But there are others in the oil and gas that are, you need specialists, persons, you have individuals. You know, no matter how big a company is, the individuals are the source of what they can deliver, right? So, if you have those kind of certifications for those personnel, you include that to boost what you claim you can do or what you are offering to give to us. As soon as you are able to do all this, we are in good stead. And I believe they are not that complicated, right? Are they okay? Am I talking to myself? Okay. So, if you are able to go this far, then it means we are getting to the close of it. You just confirm the information that you have given us is genuine, it's okay, or whatever, and you say, submit. You click submit, everything goes well, all things being equal, you should have an acknowledgement. And not something telling you that your submission was successful. And that means you are done with us. But that's not saying it's all closed. You improve. You go back. You see that, I missed something that could have helped me. You go back to that acknowledgement. Okay? And you click it. You can do an edit. Okay? You can just do those corrections and resend. That way, we don't want you to miss out on anything. Because as we say, we want to put you in a class, we want to put you in a basket, we want to put you in a group, so that you can have the opportunities that come within that area. I hope we have been able to explain it the way that it is understandable, it is doable. Over these past 3 days, we have seen that a few people have now engaged more with the form, and we will expect that this talk will help or encourage most of you that have not to do so. Because in this business, this partnership, we need you just as you need us. Please engage with the form. Feel free. It is from the NNPC Limited, and it is for the entire NNPC business. If I need to reiterate that we have over 28 business entities that this opens doors for you, in addition to service units that you can engage. Imagine how much opportunity that can come. That is why we say even one category may serve you. Don't just pick from everywhere and just put everything where you don't have strength. Major where you know that you can stand and compete fairly and favorably. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you very much, Engineer, for that beautiful presentation. So at this time now, we will now welcome questions. And while we welcome questions, as many as the moderator is the one is the one in charge.
All right, please. If you have any question, indicate by raising your hand. Please restrict yourself to just one, please. One question per person. All right, I see here. I'm going to start here, sir. Thank you. Your name and organization, please.
Good morning, all. Please, my name is Francis Ekomu from Digital Communications Consults, Nigeria Limited. the questionnaire, if a company has not gotten it, well, I'm a bit lost here. Before we can get to the vendor categorization, we need to get the questionnaire. So what in a case whereby we've not gotten it, what should we do? Thank you. That's all I want to ask.
Okay, thank you for that. Just help me understand. Your company has not gotten the questionnaire, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you want to know what the next step is, right?
Yes. What should we do?
Just one question.
Okay.
Are you registered with the NNPC?
Yes, we are even on Ariba. Yeah, we're on Ariba.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. So why I asked that, in the start I said, if you have gotten this, it means the registration is done, right? Good. You not getting it doesn't mean it is not done. Probably you got it, probably you registered after we had already sent out this. We have some other vendors and contractors who are registered, and we will still have other batches that we'll send out, right? That is why we are going around enlightening, so we get more participation. We will also send another round. However, just to confirm your registration status, we have a desk at the back. You take your company name, your email, registered email, and just go there. Let them affirm that your registration is done. As soon as that is done, you're good. It means that you will get it in the next batch, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you very much. All right. My name is Ismail. I work with Joplex. So I just want to clarify if this is part of the transition process from NIPES e-market to the SAP network, because a couple of days ago I received an email from NIPES that our account has been successfully migrated, that we need to consummate it by filling questionnaire. So that's just I want to clarify.
Okay, so I know this question features even the last a couple of days. NIPEX, it's a different process from what we're doing. And NIPEX is carrying out that activity on behalf of the entire oil industry, okay? Especially the joint venture arrangements. Okay, that's why you have their portal called Joint Qualification System. So, but what NNPC is doing is for the NNPC group, NNPC Limited as a company. So, and that covers all our subsidiaries wherever they may be located. So, it's separate. So, if you are on NIPEX, that is fine. But also you need to come to NNPC group. I hope that answers your questions. Okay.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Good morning. My name is Helen Lightcrown. I represent Staffers Outsourcing. We have filled the form. We have registered and we have gotten the questionnaire filled, but I'm seeing the rating. I'm like, how do we increase our rating on the platform?
Okay, thank you. The rating you are referring to, rating on the Ariba network. Okay. Just a clarification. For this form, it has nothing to do with that rating. Okay? This form is for us to get the information from you that will help us identify what you do and where to place you so that you can assess the opportunities that are available within the NNPC group. Is that okay? The Ariba network rating is not, does not have anything to do with this. Okay? Don't bother about that yet. You will boost your rating when the time comes. Don't worry. Thank you.
All right. Next question.
Sorry.
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry. Anyways, thank you. My name is Damilola Akonde from Sosrock Limited. My question is, I filled this form already, and I have an issue with the permits. It gave me options for 10 permits, and just my NUPRCs and NMDPRAs are more than that. What do I do? Do I merge them together and put them in one, or how do I go about it, please?
Okay, so on the form, for each of those sections, you can actually attach multiple, or alternatively, you can also put the document together, like you combine them rather than do them one by one, because every of the document will be looked at page by page to be sure that if you have multiple attached, a file that has multiple documents, so that we'll be looking to. And then also to emphasize further, in fact, the 10 that we are talking about is for each category. So if you have as much as 10 for each category, good for you. So that means if you have 10 for one category and you have chosen 5, and you have for all the 5, that is 50 you are going to be looking at. So, and that is important. But if you don't have it, you don't need to go and create it like my colleague said. You don't need to go and create it. Just do what you have now. Then on the issue of documents, one thing I'll also quickly take note is that, please, if your document has expired, don't even bother to attach it, your permit. Please, don't attach it, because it will be of no value. It will be of no value, because it's as good as if you have not submitted any. Yesterday I treated one of the one we received, and the person submitted 8 permits, but all of them are expired, so they could not be linked to any category. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
My name is Folashade Adeniyi, representing Shande Photo World. I am an existing vendor with NNPC. I filled my form, and it remains just 2 informations. And I'm lost. I called, but no response. So maybe they can help me today.
Okay. Madam, thank you very much. We are a little confused, because if you say you called, it's not any of us here. And we do not have a phone. We do not have a phone number that we have put there for you to call. So help us understand, please. My bosses are there. Let them not say we have not done our work.
Sorry, we had a program at NMPC Nappings.
Okay.
Recently.
Okay.
So I got a number. I got somebody's number.
Okay.
And I called the number. I told them that I need a help.
Oh.
So, and I've not gotten any tangible reply.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. There is a riba number, and so which out those numbers, if you look at your tag, there are numbers at the back. Any of those numbers you call, you will get help. But for today, you've been told that we have help desks at your back. Please do the needful immediately after now. If you have any issue, categorization, registration, anything you have that are issues, please meet our colleagues here. We are all ready for you today. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, madam.
All right.
Hello. Okay, so to add to that, while he's coming forward for people that want to ask questions in front. Okay, so to add to that, there is a categorization email, so which actually has been attached. Maybe I can go to this again so you can see it. So that email give you the opportunity to for any issue, which you can look at it. So categorization with Z. Some people call it Z anyway. I don't know. English. Okay, so categorization with Z at nmpcgroup.com. So take note. So if you have there's any issue on categorization, you can reach us on that. Like
Sir,
my Oga also has said.
Sorry, sir, can you just raise it up a bit? Just move the cursor so we can see. Take it to the top a bit.
Yeah, okay.
a bit higher.
This is okay. I don't want to.
Just screw. Fine.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Fine.
And this is now. Is it visible enough?
Yes, better
Okay,
now, so we
good.
can all see.
So you see.
This is the email that sent you to fill this link. So you have it as soon as you have our email. It is there, categorization@nnpcgroup.com. Okay? So you just respond to it at any time. Any issue you have pertaining to the categorization, you are free to use it. Get in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more questions coming in, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Mrs. Olatunde. I want to thank her for today, and I still don't want to thank you because you are coming in late. You have stopped a lot of people not doing any contracts. I have to tell you the truth. I can't imagine myself not doing any contract in NNPC till now. You are coming in late. You are just coming to lecture us now for 2026. Some of the NNPC staff who are here knows me very well. You have held my business into ransom. When I saw your mail, I just said, let me come in. I was holding on. I have a contract for maintenance which could not be achieved because I could not succeed doing this registration successfully. You have come in at a late time. At almost end of the year, people cannot do anything. We've been carrying system about to the NNPC staff in Ikoyi. Please help us. There was nobody on the help desk when this was introduced. They are supposed to be staffs in NNPC putting us through to do this registration. Because you are here today, that's why the server is going. If you are not here, the server never goes. It's just to tell you the truth. Yeah, the server never goes. Since January, we have been struggling over this. And we couldn't get any contracts. When you go, they ask, have you done registration? Have you done registration? Mohammed, are you not there? I've come to you too. And say help for the registration. Nobody. You just went online, nobody on that place to assist us. It's not a nice one. It's not. You are coming in late at the end of the year, we didn't do anything because we couldn't succeed on the registration. It's not too good about you. Despite I want to appreciate you taking that lead today, I still don't want to appreciate you at all. You never did well, Ariba. You never did well at all. You never. A lot of us who are old contractors in NNPC, we started struggling of what we don't know. What we don't know. So it's just so unfortunate today we are seated here, just do it this way, do it this way, do it this way, it's going. But when we live here, it never goes. It never. Why that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Yes, it's good to say it the way you feel. We accept that, and that's why we are here. But let me quickly say, this is operationalization team. Ariba started 2 years ago, and we have always been campaigning. We've gone round. This should be the third time. We have a lot of teams. Now, this operationalization is supposed to go around. This is Lagos. We have another one in the eastern zone, then the other one in the northern zone. This is operationalization, meaning that we have done the adoption. We have introduced Ariba to everyone. It's just that normally what I think happens is when you see mails, you don't look at it, you don't ask questions. We are always available. There had been a war room for this Ariba over a year ago. Some of the vendors that are here will also be our witness that there is no line you call. We have a line that is dedicated to Ariba. So please, ma, we're really sorry if
you are just having this pain. But challenges are always, that's why we are here, to ensure that everyone is not having any challenge. We have taken this time, we have taken the pain once before, we are here again, ma. And there are still rooms. We are never late. It is better to be late than, my people, it is better to be late than, so we are here today. Let's utilize this time, let's do it well, and let's serve you better so that everybody will have a seamless operation. Thank you very much. That's why we are
Thank you,
here.
sir. Thank you. Can we appreciate him for that clarification? So you are here. Please avail yourself this opportunity. Register. Get all clarification that you need so that we can move forward. Any further question? Where?
There are people here. So please, like my guy said, please, we have a support team at the back now. If you have specific issues that still need to be resolved, that's why we're here. Please, you can just go to the back now and get your issue resolved. If they don't resolve it, don't allow them to go today.
All right, sir.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Judith Umoru. I'm representing Skype Energy Limited. I just wanted to ask, sir, on the SAP portal that was earlier just explained to us, yes, there's a button called, I think the revised button after submission is done. I just wanted to ask if there's something like that here for this one. So, you know, because in a state, because I don't know, I feel like it's going to be, it's a good thing you are doing, trying to categorize vendors and all of that. But in a case where, for example, my company wants to branch out and do something other than what we are already doing, maybe later we find a strength in another side of the business. How is it possible for us to like get that to re-edit? I don't know, maybe to add that as part of our strengths on your platform and then submit. That's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please do not forget, behind your tag, there are numbers, active numbers behind your tag, and also email that you can engage too.
So thank you very much. That is a wonderful question. One thing we must know is this categorization is a continuous process. We do not expect anybody to stay stagnant. You're at liberty to explore other areas. And as soon as you believe you have the capacity to do that, you just send a mail to us as well. Your registration ensures you that you are in the platform. The categorization assures that you have an area where, a niche where you can operate. You want more, you call us, you discuss, you show the evidence of what you do, and you add that. That's all. That's simple, right? So there is no issue. For now, you start with 5 though. Then later you will grow, which is our prayer. We grow with you, and then you can add more. That good? Thank you.
Thank you. One more question?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Mine is not a question. I just want to buttress on what Madam Yes said. The person she was referring to, Mohammed. My name is Mohammed from News. She's actually right. So I think what you guys can do, you guys can probably create like a support system in almost all our offices. So where some suppliers come in, they have somebody they can talk to that will respond to them. Because probably sometimes when you call those customer service number, they don't go and nobody picks. So if they know that in any of all our offices, all the NNPC subsidiary, if there's a support desk that any supplier can walk in and verify anything, guide or anything, I think that's going to help a lot. And those are one of the challenges she had. I remember last year when she came that she had that, but there was no support system then. You know, same thing what that Madame there said. I think she probably left. You know, she's facing same challenge. So I think that's going to really help. That's just what I just want to add to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Why not defending that position? Just to add that the other business units are carried along. And I may wish to also tell you that we hold meeting like every day for the last 1 year or thereabouts. And all the units are represented in that meeting. So I believe that they are all ambassadors in their various locations to resolve our issue. But we have noted that And you can also contact Abuja directly if your problem are not being resolved at the unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gloria Ngozi Chukwukadiri. My question is on the categorization. You know, you mentioned that we can upload our POs, but what about in a situation whereby you don't have POs? You know, probably you have an email, because most of the jobs that we do, they send it via email. What do you do? Do you make it as an attachment too? You know. Then another thing again, like I've always said, is better late than never. You know, I also experienced the same issue with Madam. In fact, I was almost crying, but thank God it was sorted out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. At least we are being creative, we are being ingenious in this area. You see, the need for the PO or all those official documents to confirm authenticity. So if you have letter of award from the company, you know, endorsed, it serves something to show that, yes, this company has been trusted to do something within this area for us before. You understand? That is acceptable. You understand?
As an attachment rather than
well,
no.
Well, supposing we have a time later at the back, you really explain to me what you are referring to, so that I can know how to guide you better. Okay, but we need something, an evidence, something that we can hold on to. You know, that is what we actually need. Thank you.
All right, one last question.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, so we received the mail, the categorization mail, and we did. Oh, my name is Ayodele Faturote, Crystal Projects. So we received the mail, and I believe that my team, you know, have done the selection and uploaded the documents. But I want to be able to go and just check what exactly was put there. Is there a link where one can check, you know, what was uploaded and what was selected? Thank you.
Okay, so you want to know the results, if I get it right?
No. You know, it was selected and it was uploaded. So I want to be able to go online and check exactly what was selected and what was uploaded. More or less like editing what is in the system. Is there anywhere you can go to check that?
Okay, sure. You just go back to that form. So when you click that link, but you have to use the same device. So it will take you back to the form. And then you can see all that you have uploaded again. And then you might be able even to attach more documents if you so wish. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Oh, we have one more hand. Should we attend to that last one? Because they all need clarification, and this is the place to get that.
My name is Che Kechku from Multinational Technologies. Mine is to, it's like a suggestion to NMPC Group. NMPC, I also want to commend your team, because you are beginning to focus to become a world-class, you know. But I want to emphasize on this vendor categorization. It's not just only to just create a jot form, but maybe your IT team, they can find a way to integrate inside your portal where every user or any company can have the access to be able to do this, not just coming to the jot form, you fill it and it goes. You can't go back to edit, to view. So maybe your IT team should work around it. Wherever users, companies have their, you know, accounts, that this particular form can be fit in. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, sir, we do.
You understand?
Yes.
Not just to go on the jot form, because this jot form looks like filling form on Google form, and it goes.
Yes.
So you can do better. That's what I want to, suggest. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to know the results, if I get it right?
You understand?
So when you click that link, but you have to use the same device. So it will take you back to the form. And then you might be able even to attach more documents if you so wish. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for that suggestion. In fact, it is absolutely correct. So you were given a pack, right? That's one our program, right? If you just open the page, you will see that after the registration, the next area is the categorization. So this is already in our system. It is already there. What you are seeing here is a simplified version to help us cover the backlog. You understand? Because in that version, we will expect you now, each one of you, to go one by one and do singly. But this helps us to do it en masse and cover the backlog. You see how some of our partners and potential partners are already getting frustrated with how slow the system is. So we wanted to bridge that gap. But be rest assured, that is taken care of. And so long as I have said, it is a continuous process. How do we continue? It means you have access to it. Ariba is a cloud tool, right? Cloud-based tool, right? So that it will allow you the access anywhere in the world, anytime you want, right? That is why it is there. So we already have that covered. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so much. I also wish to let you know that our IT department is very robust, and we always liaise with them whatever we do. So I can guarantee you, in fact, you can even consult them as I'm talking to you, because they are made up of world-class, personnel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you so very much. Can we appreciate our facilitators? Thank you, sirs, for that in-depth explanation on how to get on board the Ariba platform. Like I said, behind your tag, there are numbers and email address where you can consult. And also in your pack, there's a quick help guide there. All of this is made available so that you can find your way easily through this platform. And also behind, we have the Ariba help desk. Please go there. As we move to our tea break, I just want us to understand that if you have a voucher that is written 01, check your voucher. If it's written 01, that means your tea break, you just move to the back there where we have the restaurant and have your tea break there. If you have the one that has 02, the one with the number 02, you're expected to go to the ground floor where we have the courtyard for your tea break there, please. Please, at this point, whatever question, whatever inquiry, further inquiries you want to make, you can meet the help desk there and make that inquiry. We have 30 minutes for our tea break. We'll reconvene in the next 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you are welcome to the NNPC Scm Supplier Summit 2025. Thank you for being here. All questions, all inquiries will be met today. Thank you. Our tea break time starts now. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
SAP. Certificates in SAP Ariba procurement, Ariba sourcing, and Ariba analytic clouding. At NMPC Limited, he plays a key role in advancing procurement efficiency by optimizing procure to pay workflow. Beyond his project work, our facilitator mentors upcoming SAP professionals and share insight on Ariba S4 HANA and also procurement best practice to support the next generation of digital procurement leadership. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we celebrate and appreciate our facilitator? Put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Salahu Michael. Put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Salahu Michael to come and expatiate on sourcing, contracting, POs, and also service entry. You are not clapping. You are not celebrating. I thought we are energized. I thought the tea break energized us. Let's keep it going until he gets to the microphone. Let's keep it going for Mr. Salahu Michael. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Hope you're having a good time. Thank you very much for sticking around. So the one here, sorry, let me just put it. This one. I have two actually. So today what we'll be touching on is how do we transact purchase orders. Purchase orders, service orders. I hope I'm audible at the back. Okay. So we'll learn how to transact purchase orders, service orders, and how do we respond to invitation to bid or tender. These are very important, transactions. And I believe everyone's aim is to transact purchase orders, correct? Or receive bids. So we'll learn how to do that today. I'll walk you through the process. Even the flow will be shown to everyone today so we can be masters of transactions on Ariba. All right. Now, like we've already established, before you can transact on Ariba, you must be registered with NMPC and must be on Ariba as well. So we already know that fact already. I'm assuming everyone here has an account. If you don't, we'll be looking forward to you signing up with NMPC and on the network. So first, we are going to speak on transacting purchase orders on Ariba. Now, what is that communication that gets this process started? That will be an email. So before an order is every order that will be sent to you, an email would follow, and that email will be sent to your account, the email address you used to setting up your account and registering your account, and it will come in this format: the company name, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC. Ignore the test because this is a test account. It will come in this form and then with the title, also with a PDF file. Now we know the email will not capture all the details of the request, like the item you're buying or all that details. So the PDF will come in handy to help give you more information about what the order is all about. It will come with the date in which the company needs the item, and the amount, and also extras like the tax rate that is going to be charged, VAT. Now once you receive this email, next thing you're going to do is to open the email. Once you've opened the email, you get to see all this. First, it will be addressed to your company. In this example, the company is Lumify. So you can see, hello Lumify, Nigerian National Corporation has sent you a purchase order on SAP Business Network. To process the order, click process order. Can you see that at the bottom? The blue icon there. So you click on process order. This is the first thing you have to do. First, receive the email. Without an email, you don't progress. First, you receive the email. You open the email. As soon as you open the email, you If you want to see more information about the order, download the PDF or just open the PDF. It will capture the details of the order. Once you've read through it, you can now click on process order. Now, once you click on process order, what will happen is you'll be taken to a new page. Say you open this on your application, you have installed Gmail as an application on your phone. It will open your browser for you and attempt to sign you into service.ariba.com. That's where your profile is. But if you opened your mail on a browser, it's just open a new tab for you and attempt to log you in the same way it's do it. Now, it will ask you first for your username, and it's always in an email format. In this example, it could be lumify@gmail.com. It could be anything. You enter your username and click next. As soon as you click next, you can then, it will take you to your password page, asking you to enter your password. If you've forgotten your password, say it's been a long time you created your account and you've already given up on transacting for a while, but then the email came and you're like, let me just rush and do this, and you don't know the password, don't panic. Just click the forget password button. It will take you to a page asking you for the email address. You enter that, an email will be sent to you with instructions on how to recover your account. It won't take more than 2 minutes. You're back and fully signed up, fully ready to process the order. Now, let's assume you have your email, your password now, you've signed in. What happens? It takes you directly to this page. Now, this page would show the order. If you remember, when we received the PDF, it came with an order number, right? Confirm the order number. Is it the same as what we are seeing here? 5000429. Is that the same? It's the same, right? So that's another way to confirm that this is the same order you're transacting. Because most cases, I'm expecting you'll be getting multiple orders coming in. So you don't mix it up. In that case, you just click on confirm that that's the order. And what you're going to do next after receiving the order is to confirm the order. And how do we confirm the order that is sent to us? There's a button there called Create Order Confirmation. Now, there are 3 types of confirmation you can do. First, you can confirm the entire order. That's one thing. Second, you can update line item to speak to the item you have in stock. Say it was for the procurement of office equipment, a laptop, not a laptop, 500 laptops. And in your warehouse, you only have 300. But this order came asking for you to respond to it. And you want to respond to this order. You only have 300 in stock. You don't want to promise and say you have 500. And you know, before you have to go to the market and get the remaining 200. And price can change. So you don't want to commit without having the item in stock. If you want to respond to just 300 items, you use the option update line item. You then enter the amount you have and then proceed to confirm just those quantity. So that's how you use the update line item. But if you have all the 500 in stock and you intend to supply all 500 laptops, you can confirm entire order. Now, if you say this money is small, I don't want to do this, I do big things. In case you don't want to transact the order and you want to reject it, the third option is for you, reject entire order. Now, there's no consequence of rejecting an order. It will just ask you, why are you rejecting it? It just give a comment and a unique ID to confirm why you're rejecting the order. With that, you can successfully reject the order. So those are the 3 ways you can confirm an order. First, confirm entire order. Second, you can use the update line item. And third, you can reject entire order. Say we have all the items in stock and we want to respond to all the items. We clicked on create order confirmation and we selected confirm entire order. What happens next? It takes us to this screen here. This is what the screen looks like. It has 2 phases. First, to confirm the entire order, and second, to review what you're confirming. Now, there are a few required questions that you need to respond to, and one of them is your confirmation ID. Now, what a confirmation ID is just a means for you to track all your orders, any transaction on the network. Everybody is expecting, they believe as businesses, we intend to document all our processes, all our transactions. And to document your transaction, you need to have a serial number that helps you track all the transactions, correct? So this confirmation ID is for you to decide. It could be your initials, say LF1000, and for every new order that you're confirming, it to be, say the next one will be LF1001, 1002 in that order. You can use it like that. Or you can even use CO, say confirmation, an initial for confirmation, but it's left to you as a business. How do you intend to confirm your how do you intend to track all your transactions? And it's the same applies to all other transactions. Say service entry, purchase orders, even your advance notice, all that. Every of your transaction you need to document and track them. So the system is expecting you to enter a confirmation ID, a unique ID specific to you. Once you've entered that, observe all the questions that have an asterisk. Those are compulsory questions. You can't ignore them. There are some questions that are not compulsory, but there are some that are required for you to submit your confirmation. Like the first one, which I mentioned, the confirmation ID. Do not ignore that. It's very important. Once you feel that, in this example, the company name is Lumify, and we believe LU speak to our initials. For every transaction, we'll be using LU to track the order. So we started with LU 1,000,001 because we know we are going to do plenty business with NNPC. So, and then we entered LU 1,000,001, and we started with that. Next, we went to the next question, which is the shipping and tax information. You're expected to enter an estimated start and end date. Now, let me take you back one step quickly. In this transaction, there are two options for us to. If you notice, one is grayed out completely, which is that the invoice, correct, because you've not done the job. But the first two is still available to you to select, which is one, to create order confirmation, second, to create shipment notice. Now, whenever an order comes in this form where it has shipment notice with the order confirmation button available to you, it means it's for a provision for a goods related transaction. You have to provide some items to the business, and based on this transaction, you need to notify the business when the item will be in transit, so that they can prepare their warehouse if they need to even have the team available on ground for that item that is going to be coming to the business. You need to notify them. So that's why in every transaction that is for goods, you have ship notice there for you to notify the business. So just put that in mind as we proceed, as we progress, I mean to say. Now in this example here, we are trying to confirm this order that was sent to us. After entering our confirmation ID, the business, at this point, we just received the order. We don't know the exact date, right? We just got the order, and we need to even deliberate internally to confirm when and reach out to your parcel team, the people in charge of moving the item, to confirm the date to get to the business. So in this example, in this stage, we expect that you don't have that information in hand. So that's why the date is an estimated date. If you notice, there's an EST in front. That stands for estimated, date, shipping date. So you enter the estimated shipping date and the estimated delivery date. How you do that is by clicking the calendar icon inside of the box. If you click on it, it will review a calendar for you with the current dates highlighted. So if today is 11th of, is it 11th? 19th of November. So we have to then enter the date that we are shipping the item, our estimated date. Once you've done that, you can move to the next question, which is the estimated delivery date. Also click the calendar icon, review that, and select the exact date you want. You estimate date that you believe the item will get to the business. Now, at the bottom, you also have the item description, the details of that line item. Say, in this example, it is supposed to be for the supply of event t-shirts and caps. It's not very bold here, but that's what the details are saying. It's a supply of event t-shirts and caps, and the price is 10,000. I believe it is. That's the quantity, right? The unit price is 6,000 naira for one t-shirt. So that's the amount agreed, and we have to confirm this. So when we are done reviewing the entries and we find that, you can click on the next. By clicking next, it takes you to the confirmation page. You just need to review your response, validate that everything is fine, then you can submit. As soon as you submit, your transaction will be updated. The purchase order details will be updated with what you've done. Now, let's take you back again quickly. We might have missed this, but notice something. As when we initially received this order, what's the details showing? Can we see the details by the right? What does it say? What is it showing? New, right? Because we've not transacted the order yet. But as soon as we transact that order, observe, what is it showing now? Confirmed. And that's because we confirmed the entire order. So if it was partial confirmation, it will also update it there in the purchase order details that this is partially confirmed. So that's how you can also know that your transaction was sent in successfully. Also, you receive an email. For every transaction also that you've done on the system, an email will be sent to you to confirm that transaction that you've done. So you don't have to panic or call. You can just check your inbox. They most likely have sent you a confirmation mail that order has been confirmed successfully. This is what the update line item looks like. It will just show you to specify the amount you want to confirm and the back orders and the ones you want to reject. You can then choose to, transact in the form you want. While the one at the bottom right is when you attempt to reject your order, it will then ask you to enter a confirmation ID that you want to confirm. You are confirming that you are rejecting the order, and you're also asked to give a comment as to why you're just rejecting the order. You can choose to not enter a comment and say it's my business, it's not yours. So whatever it is, you can just enter your comments and you can reject the order. I hope we are not going to reject orders. Next is this is a flowchart that speaks to what we've talked about just now. The first thing here is what are we getting first that helps us determine that we've received an order? An email. So that's the first thing you're going to get. Always look out for your email. So for some of us that don't like going to our browsers a lot, please make it a habit to check your email. We might have sent you order now since last month. Just go and check. Go through and you might see it there. Also, open the email first. As soon as you open the email, you get to see the details of that order. You can download the PDF and read through it more carefully to get more information about what the order is all about. And once you're done reviewing that entries, the details of the order, you can move to the next stage. What do we click next? Process order. So when you click on the process order in that email, it will take you directly to your browser. Here you can enter a username. As soon as you've entered your username, which is likely in an email format, you then click the next button to enter your password as well, and finally log in. If you don't know your password, you just do your forget password to recover your password. And once you recover your password and you're successfully able to log in, you can then progress to confirm your order. Remember, if you have all the items in stock for goods, you confirm entire order. If you don't have all the items, you just update line items. If you choose not to, you can reject the order. Now that's the flow. I want you to have that at the back of your mind, that this is what the flow looks like. Every transaction that is been sent to you, this is how the flow would work to confirm your order. Now we've confirmed the order. I'm just going to skip this to... Yes. Now we've confirmed the order. We want to notify the business that we have, we've confirmed the order. We want the item to start. We want to progress with the order to ship the item to the business. How do we notify the business that the item is already in progress, is on transit, it will get to you at this date? We use the advanced shipment notice. You can see there, create ship notice. It's just beside the order confirmation. As soon as you're done, just make sure you've confirmed the order. You can go back to the status of your order, the details there. Validate that it has been confirmed. It's showing confirmed there successfully. Once you've done that, you can then click on the create ship notice. It will then ask you to enter your packing slip ID. All the information that speaks to the item we are trying to ship. The packing slip ID, you can maintain that. It's also left for you to maintain your own self. Once you've done that, you can review through that. Then next, you're going to be asked to enter your shipment date. So it's not shown here, but let's just, okay, you can see it. It's just by the right there. The shipment date. Is there EST here? No, because we know this is you notifying the business. You have the exact date, correct? So in this case, it's the exact date that we're expecting you to enter there. So you can see the calendar icon there. Click on it to review the dates and select the correct dates. Also do the same for your delivery dates. And once you're done with all of this and you've confirmed the entries are correct, you can then click the next and finally submit. This is the flow for the notice. First, make sure you validate that the order is confirmed. It has to be confirmed first before you can notify the business that it's on transit. You don't do the confirmation first before you don't do the shipment first before you do a confirmation. It's not that. It's the reverse. You confirm the order first and then you progress to the shipment notice. When you do that and you confirm that that's been confirmed, I've said confirmed twice. Click advance notice and then next enter unique ID and delivery dates. Then finally submit your notice to the business. We will receive that immediately. We can then have our team prepare the warehouse and all that needs to be in place for the item to get to the business. Now that's the flow for goods related transaction. Now let's say it's a service. How do we transact a service order? Now the order will not come different. It will still the same format, the way you receive the goods order that you receive the service order. It's just the transactions that happens that is slightly different. Now, what's the first thing? Like we saw earlier, the first thing is to what? Confirm. An email will be sent to you, right? Once you receive the email, you then review the content of the email and click what? Process order. Once you click process order, you've entered your login and password details. You log in, it will now take you to this page. You then confirm order. Say in this example, we confirm all the order and we move to the next thing, which is now the create service sheet. Now, when do we now create service sheets? You know, for goods, it was merely not like much interval. After we confirmed, the next thing we did, we just notified the business that is on transit. It can even be the same day. You know, we confirmed it today and we've confirmed. We also know the time it will get to them. We can do the advance notice the same day. But for service sheets, you only enter a service sheet once you have concluded the job. So this is a service. You've confirmed the job. You said, okay, you have your team ready. You've confirmed the order, the service order. Next, do I go and do a service sheet, create a service sheet? No. You wait till you are done with the job. And why is this service sheet here? Is because we believe you know what you've done better than anybody else. So you've executed the job. In this case, it's a consulting service. You've executed the consulting service for the stipulated, agreed dates. Now, at the end of this job, everybody wants to get paid now. That's the aim of even working in the first place. So you've done the job. You want to enter the job you've done. You can then go to your Ariba account and confirm that I believe you already do that confirmation already. So you can click the create service sheet. As soon as you click the create service sheet, it will take you to this form here. This form is just asking you to enter your service sheet ID. Like we already know, is it the business that is giving us service sheet ID? No, it's internal, right? It's our own way of tracking our transactions on the network. So we'll just enter our service sheet ID. It can be SES 10001 or anything we want it to be, or even 12345. I don't advise that, but you can enter that in your service sheet ID. And once you've done that, next is your service sheet date. So the day you are creating this service sheet will be automatically updated in that as the date for this service sheet, because that's the day you're creating it. So as soon as you just click on the service sheet, this will be blank, but this service sheet date will be populated for you with the date you're creating that service sheet. Next, you move to the service description. Give a short description of the job you're done. And you just enter that there in the service description. And next, enter your service start and end date. When did you start the job and when did it end? So enter that there. The same way we did for confirmation, click the calendar icon and it will take you to the calendar. You pick the date you started the job and do the same for the date you completed the job. As soon as you're done, finally, did we notice anything that speaks to the amount of the job that we executed the job? No. So how do we have that included in the transaction? What we need to do is add unplanned item. So it's just at the top there. Can you see that service sheet lines? There's an add button there. It will always be there for you. If the entry does not come with the amount stipulated, click the add button to review the options available to you. One is to add a contract catalog item, and the next is to add unplanned item. So what you have to select is the add unplanned item. As soon as you do that, it will review this information down here to you. And first, it will ask you to enter the description of the job. You can just fill the descriptions up and down, fill both of them. Next, it will ask you to enter the quantity and units. AU stands for activity units, or you can use each. And then just enter that unit there. Once you've done that, you can enter the amount as agreed with the currency. You understand? So you do that for the price. And finally, you can just, the start and end date will still be there based on what you have entered before. You can then finally click the submit button or click next to review what you've submitted before finally submitting. As soon as you click the submit button, you get to see this status updates in your purchase order details, it will show service if you've done an entry for all the job. And if it's for partial, if it's for some of the job, you can see partially service as an option shown to you. Now, this is how you can transact with a service order and how you can do a service entry on Ariba. Now, let's look at the flow again. What does the flow looks like? First, validate that the order is confirmed. Next, you create your service sheet. After that, you enter the service sheet ID and attach any supporting documents. Next, you can add unplanned item. If there's no add unplanned items, to stipulate the amount and the quantity, the units, the currency that was agreed, and finally you can submit. These are the steps involved in creating another confirmation, doing a service entry, and an advanced shipment notice. We get to see all of this live on the system. Are we excited to see that? Yeah, so let's just quickly log into my account, and I'll just show you how this looks like in an actual, let's just simulate a scenario. I'm a vendor. I want to log into my mail to see. I've not been online for a bit now, and I heard about this process. I want to go and check my mailbox. Maybe there was an order sent to me that I might have missed. So I went to my inbox. I went through all of the email I've received. So I'm assuming it's in the start. So I click on start. I got this option. I can see what I saw during the session. It had the company name as well as the description there. This is an example of an order. So I click on the order. It showed me the details of this order. In this example, it says, okay, code my company name, hello, and you can see the purchase order number. But the amount is $1. Am I going to go ahead? I just open the details. Let's see the details of this order. Maybe there might be a mix-up somewhere. I go through the order details. I open the attachment that is attached to this order. You can see this is for car tires. Wow. And I ran through all the details. Also, the item was, there's a need date. They need this item 14th November. It's in the past, but I'm still going to go ahead to process the order. Now that I've validated the details of the order, I can now do what? Process order. So when I click process order, it takes me to a new page. This page here would show me the option, like it should reveal the spaces for me to enter my username and password, attempting to log me into my account. Here, the company name is Lumify, so the company email address is lumify@gmail.com. And I click on next. As soon as I click on next, I should be taken to a page where I should enter my password. I'll enter the password in this example once. Oh, I forgot the password. If I did forget the password, what do I do? Click on forgot password. But I think I still remember it, so I'll just try again. As soon as I log in, I should be taking, okay, good. I should be taken directly to the order details. You can see purchase order for 50000431. Go back to the email. You can see, is it the same purchase order number? It's the same. So I go back there. I can see the first thing I will check, and I urge you to do, is to check the details of the order. It is still new, so I've not done anything to this order before, so I can go to the next thing, review the line items. Still $1. Interesting. It does not change. So I can click the create order confirmation. Here the options are to confirm entire order, and to update line item, and also to reject entire order. So in this example, we have all the items now. Yeah, so just click confirm entire order, and as soon as, although it's like the price is not enticing you. Let's just do one goodwill for them now, let's just help them out in this time around. Then the next one will charge them more, So this is the quantity is just one. It's just one tire. Maybe it's a sample tire. We'll just use this as a sample tire. Nobody does free work these days, though. So we enter the confirmation ID. What am I entering here? My own unique ID, correct? So what should we use? NU. LU, okay. We'll say 1001. As soon as I enter this, I need to go to the next place, which is next section, which is the shipping and tax information. In this section, I'll enter the date. I'll click the calendar icon to review the dates. I can see today's date is 19. I'm assuming it should be shipped today, starting today, and it should be delivered tomorrow, or say even today. It should be delivered today. So I'll select November 19th as the delivery date. Also, I just review the entries. Everything is fine. The rates, everything is okay. I can click on next. As soon as I click on next, it takes me to the confirmation page. This page just helps me, just trying to get me to confirm that these entries I did are the same as what I'm submitting. The entries I made are the same thing as what I'm submitting, so I can just confirm and click submit. As soon as I submit this order confirmation, what happened to the order details? It changed to confirmed. It was initially new, but now it has been confirmed. So if peradventure I just update the line item, it would have showed me partially confirmed. Now, I also mentioned that for every transaction, you should also receive an email confirming that transaction. So I go back to my email quickly and I go to my inbox. I should receive a mail also from the network admin telling me that order 10001 has been confirmed. Can you see the mail? So it's just, this is the same thing you're going to get whenever you transact. Whether it's a confirmation or a service entry, you should also receive a corresponding mail from the network saying this order has been done, this transaction has been done successfully. Now I need to move to the next thing, which is the shipment notice. We have the dates, exact dates. We want to tell the business that it will get to you today. Maybe after deliberating with my logistic team, we discover that the tire we are sending for them is not going to be the finest one because of the price, and because of where we are going to pick it from, it will take more than a day to get to NNPC. Although at the last minute we change our mind. So click ship notice, and hopefully, yes, I think I'm promoting bad thing. No, we'll send the original one, correct? And also to put in mind, for every transaction that you do on the system, for every transaction you do on the system, you're being evaluated by it. There's a team, and also we have a module that help track the performance of your vendor. So if you do like me and you send fake goods, there's a team, and it's called vendor performance management. It's a module on the system that logs all your transaction. Now, if the date that was entered as a need by date, if you submit it late, it logs that. So they can use that to evaluate you and assess, okay, is this vendor efficient enough? Can we keep working with this vendor? So those are there are metrics that are then, and also surveys are sent to the department that was the service was rendered to, or the goods were supplied to. They then confirm and evaluate your performance to say, okay, this person, did they deliver the item as at the time due? Were the item faulty? All these are put into consideration, and then you are then classed appropriately. So make sure you do the right thing. And in this case, now we'll just go to the next thing, which is to enter the parcel ID. And our parcel ID is QW1001. And we can just enter the shipping dates, say 19th, and the delivery date. So we do enter the delivery date as well. Say the date should get to the business on the 20th. As soon as we confirm all of this, we can just click. I believe there's one more thing. Okay, everything is fine. We can click next. The next button is transaction buttons are up and down, so you can either scroll to the top and click next, or scroll to the bottom and click next. As soon as you're done entering the notice,
recording in progress,
submit. Based on your network, depending on your network, you should get this done even sooner or faster. As soon as I click the submit button, I should also have my order updated to show the recent status, which is shipped. I've shipped the item and is on transit. All the business needs to do is just to await the goods and review the better examine the item and make sure that it's the best grade tire, which we believe is what you're sending, and then we'll just receive the goods. Now, only after they've received the goods, only then would you be able to invoice for the goods that you've provided. Notice that option was grayed out at first. It will become on grade. It will on grade itself, and you can then select it, and then invoice for the item that you have rendered. Now know that there are more details to this that will be spoken to by the next presenter, and so you can get more information about how the invoicing works and more details on the process. All right, are we fine with the process for goods processing orders? Do we want us to try for service? Okay, let's try service for a service. I'll go back to my inbox. I found one, although it was not a very juicy price. There's a section for questions. I'll bring that up. So I know it's not a very juicy price, but let's hope the service order is also is more juicy than the first. So I'll go to my starred transaction. I just go to one of the orders I received. This should be. Let's open it quickly just to confirm what order this is. Oh, this is for a service. So this is for cleaning of grass. Clearing, sorry. So clearing of grass. So I don't know what. So click on process order. As soon as I click on process order, I can see the options. This item has already been serviced though. It's the wrong order. Let's go to my network quickly. But you notice the difference at the top. This one is showing order confirmation and what? Create service sheet. And because it's showing service, it means we've already rendered the job already. So we can click done in this example. I'll just go to my history I'll just log into my profile and just check if there are any orders I have not transacted with yet. Now, if peradventure you missed the email and you're logged into your portal, you can also see all the orders that have been sent to you from the inception of your account, from the moment, from the time you had created your account. It's going to appear like this, orders. If you click on orders, you can click purchase order. You can see all the orders that has been sent to you. You can also use the filter to cascade it down or upward as you would like. So these are different orders that I have received, and you can see there's one new order. This order is dated November 7th. This is a new order, but it's for a material. We want that of the goods. So you can filter your order by status as well, and all that. You can do all this with your account and your profile. Let's just try this one. This is from the October 21st, 2021. Now this is for a service. You can see the order status is new. We have yet to transact this order, and you can observe that the transactions available to us to create another confirmation and to create a service sheet. Now the first thing I do again is to create order confirmation. I click the button and I'll create and confirm entire order. As soon as I confirm entire order, next thing I'm going to do, I'll just enter my confirmation ID. This is unique to us, remember. I'll say LU1002. Then I move to the estimated completion date. Because it's a service, you complete the job, so you give an estimated completion date. In this case, I'll say the job was done November 30. It should be done in November 30. So as soon as I'm done entering that, I can click on next, and it should take me to a review confirmation page. Once I've reviewed the confirmation and everything is fine, I can submit this order confirmation. Now what happened to the status? It has changed, correct? To confirmed. When do I click on service sheets immediately? Until I'm done with the job. So once I'm done rendering the service, I can now go back to the system and click on create service sheet. Once I click on create service sheet, it then review a form asking me to provide a service sheet ID, a unique ID to me. I can just maintain that correctly. Say it can be SES or anything. Just make sure you enter a very distinct unique ID. So say SES 1001 12002, and finally enter the service start and end date. When did you start the job and when did you end the job? In this case, we started this October 7th, and the job ended November 18th. 19th. So it ended November 19th. And the description is, this is for, what was cleaning, for cleaning. I'll just write clearing, sorry. Say for clearing. I'll just leave it as that. And finally, I can go to, there's no component for the price, right? What do I do then? I click add. As I click on add, I should see the option to add unplanned item. It should reveal the service entry sheet lines. Here I can enter the description, say clearing. You can do that again at the bottom here, say clearing. I know some thoughts are running to your mind. It's a blank space to enter money. I can just choose to enter any amount. What happens when I do? Let's find out. Let's beat the system. So say the unit is EA or AU as it may be, and then the price initially was how much? Do you remember the amount? 10,000. So we'll go for 5 million. And we are not local, we are going foreign. So we'll do USD. And for next, you're just going to update the item. It would populate the amount in the total as well for you. Sorry. Saying unit required. I'm using small letter. USD. Oh. Seems I beat the system. Oh. Apparently it's just network. It took me back. Let's try again. Let's go back to the mail I received just to confirm which of them I accepted. So it was this one that I confirmed for order 500420. Okay. So you can apply filters. If you want to pull out a specific purchase order, you can just apply filter. You can say this is the order that we just received and it has been confirmed. So I'll just click on the order number to review the contents of the order. As soon as I do that, it takes me to the screen. The details of the order is shown to me. I can now click on create service sheets. The same thing we did earlier, it's just my network threw me out. So I'll try again. This time around, I'll enter this service sheets ID, SES 1002. All that information is already pre-saved for me. So I'll just click on 19 November as the service end date and add unplanned item. Description is clearing. And the amount is 5 million. Is it 5 million I entered or 500,000? So I'll just update this quickly and it should update the total. Now the system is telling me that there's errors that cannot change the currency and the amount exceeds the amount that was agreed. So if you don't use the exact amount, it would throw you this error. So make sure you revert back to the PO and use the exact amount that was agreed. You can try again another day and maybe it will work then. So in this case, I'll just quickly make the correction. We'll change it from dollars to Naira and I'll just go with 10,000. I'll say NGN for Naira. Same, I can repeat the same thing here, or I can just go to the update button to click update so that the system will populate the subtotal for me. Notice, is there any error? No, it has confirmed, it has done all the checks to validate that, okay, this amount is exactly what was agreed in your PO. So with this now, I can go to the next, I can do the next thing, which is to select next. And finally, I can click submit. Remember, the reason why it is slow is because of your network. So just make sure you're using a good network when you're trying to transact any of the orders. Now you have an option to print this document. Say for safekeeping, you can click the print button to download this document. You can even print a physical copy if you choose to. And in this example, I will just quickly save this as a PDF. And when I save this as a PDF, I should have it in my own file directory so that at every point in time, I can go back to it and Even if there's a need for me to provide that anywhere, I can provide it as well. So I can click on exit once I'm done with all of this and go back to the order. Notice what happened. The order has changed from confirmed to serviced. Now that's how you can successfully transact your purchase order. Now if you're, remember again, once again, every transaction you are executing, whether it's the provision of the goods or for a service, you are being evaluated by your performance. So always put that at the back of your mind, because the team are constantly reviewing contracts and orders that has been, executed by suppliers to determine your efficiency in delivering the job. Subsequent tenders now, if they are to invite you to participate based on your preferred tiers on a system, they can then consider your quotes. They know that your quote is valid because you do a great job. So these are very important to have at the back of your mind, because that is going to happen always. Now, what do we do next? What we are going to do next is, like questions. What we are going to do next is how we respond to invitation to bid and invitation to tender. We'll just quickly share a presentation slide with you quickly, so that before we go back to demonstrating how that would work on the system, if there's a need for that. Like every transaction, what starts off the transaction is an email. So you must receive it. You would always receive an email if you're invited to bid or to tender. That email will be sent to you. It will come in this format. The name of the... How many of us have received any invitation to tender before? Right. Most of the email, you get to see the person that sent it to you, right? Yes, it will come with the project team member name. You will see that person's name, and then you see the company name, NMPC group. Ignore the test because this is a test account, and you can then see the details of that event. In this example is the supply of event t-shirts. So they have an event upcoming and they need the supply of t-shirts and even face caps. So they need a supplier that can get this done. Now, I think one of the speakers spoke about categorization, right? Now, if you've been categorized and your category speaks to apparels and luggages, and you do supply t-shirts, when they invite, and it's an open tender, or selected tender to that specific category, you should expect to be invited to participate in the tender. And how you can do that is what we are going to discuss here today. And remember, there's an email that will be sent to you, and the email will come in this form with the project team member's name displayed at the top as the sender of the email. Also, the company name as well as the event details would be sent to you. Now, when you open the email, you get to see the full details of that event, when it started. Say, for example, November 5th, 2025, and it started at 9:38 p.m. Yes. That was when the event started. So, you can see the details of that event. Also, you can then see, the system would also send you your username. Should you forget your username, it will send it to you. You can see in this example, that's the username of the account holder, stcglobal@gmail.com. Now, as soon as he clicks the click here button, he can access the event, and it will take him to the login page, where he's then asked to enter his username and password. And once he logs in, he can then be shown the next page. Now, there are also some other information that comes with all the email for tenders. One of them is if you have yet to log in, if you have yet to create your account, say this was your first initiation, or this is your first transaction with the business and you've not registered fully, there's also an option for you to click here to register. And if you're forgetting your password, you can use the other click here button to navigate the forget password page and recover your account. Now, assuming we have everything, we are registered fully, we want to transact this tender, we want to respond to this tender, I'll click the first link here below my username to access the event. Once I do that, it will take me to a login page, and once I enter my username and password and I'm fully logged in, it will take me to this page. The page will come in this form: the event name, supply of event t-shirts and caps for 2029 conference. then I would be shown this screen here. Also, by the right, I get to see the duration of the event. Every event has a start and an end date. So it will start counting down from the date it was published to the end date. The date will be at the top right, the calendar date will be at the top right. All you just need to do is just make sure you respond within the duration of that event. If you attempt to respond after the event, you would not, the option won't be available to submit your transaction. You can only see the event information or event details, but you won't be able to respond if you open the let's say you access the mail late. Unlike POs that maybe you delayed and the order is still there for you because they believe you are the best person to do the job. For tenders, if you don't respond within the specified duration, it would be closed for you to respond. You won't be able to respond again. I'm sure some of us have such, I don't know, I hope not. If you do, you can just go and check the details so that you prepare yourself for the next event. Now, what do you do when you get here? You see the option that is blue is the next thing you're to click, which is the review prerequisites. And that's because for every tender, there are some required prerequisites that you need to review, either to accept some terms before you can then proceed to responding to that tender. And in this example, we are going to click on review prerequisite first. And, oh, I said thank you. Sorry. Sorry. We're going to click on review prerequisite. In this example, it's giving us the terms and condition for transacting with NMPC. All you're going to do is to read through these terms. We do read terms now, right? So, so we'll read the terms in details, one after the other, like we normally do. And then once we are done, we'll then accept the terms. Now, as soon as I click accept her, as soon as I have read the terms and I understand the terms, I will now click on I accept the terms and condition. Then finally, I can now click on OK. Now, clicking OK will take me directly to the event. Now, the event might be, there might be multiple items that they are requesting for you to bid for. Now, each of the items, it may be optional for you to respond to some of them. Like the example we gave earlier, they're asking you to bid for T-shirts and caps, and you're going to produce it yourself, but you don't have the resource to produce caps yet, but you can do T-shirts. How do you respond to just T-shirts? That you can respond to just one of the items that they're requesting for. You just need to just click on the items that you want to respond to. You see the option, there's a box beside each of the items here. The first is a T-shirt and the second is a face cap. So in this example, I'll click on the T-shirt saying this is the one I can respond to because we have the resource on ground. We've not gone to the market yet and we don't know the price in the market currently. So we do not intend to bid for this item, but we only want to bid for the T-shirts only. In this example, when I click on that, I can now click the confirm selected lot line items. But there might be cases where they want you to bid for all the item, and in those scenarios, it will be grayed out. You won't be able to confirm any of the. You just have to confirm entire line items in those instances. But instances like this would arise that they know that you may not be able to do all the job. Maybe one of them is a cleaning service, the other is a consulting. You can't do all of them, so just pick your own part and respond accordingly. In such instance, you can select the one you want to bid for and confirm the lot. The lot confirmation button is just by the bottom there. Click on the blue button there to confirm the lot. Also, there might also be some instance where they would expect you to respond with the currency you want to bid for with. How many of us will use Naira? If you're lax to use any currency of your choice, I'll use dollar. Well, in this example, you can select the currency of your choice. The drop down will be available to you. You can even choose pounds if that's the currency you intend to transact with. Mainly applies to some foreign companies as well, like yourself, So you can just pick the currency you intend to respond to and select you can select it and then click the next button to proceed to the next phase of this event. So it's not applicable to all events. Some events might require that. Maybe the components are different and they require that you select the currency to bid for. But most cases, like the very common instance, it will not be there. It's just for you to confirm the item and then proceed. As soon as you confirm the lot and line item, it will take you to the content of the event. Now, some events will be in two phases, technical and commercial. And what does the technical speak to? Your ability to get the job done. So there are questions that would help the business determine how efficient you are in delivering this job. In this, if it's a goods, in delivering the goods, or if it's a service, in delivering the service. So these questions are very key, and you're expected to respond to them individually in that in your Ariba, from your Ariba account. Now, there are some instances where people choose to do that outside Ariba. Maybe they don't really understand how to respond, which I'm going to explain to you how to do that. They'll just send a mail with their bid to the business. Those mails are null and void. So it's very important to respond in that, in the field provided for you. Good example is the first question. We were asked to indicate the average production lead time for the required quantities in days. So we had to produce t-shirts and caps. They're asking you what's the average date, the lead time to get this done. Now there's a field by the side. It's an open text field. You can just click on the field and then enter, the days. Maybe it could be a day, it could be two. You can do that based on previous transactions. Next question is, I'll just answer two questions. State if products are made to order or available from stock. You can respond accordingly. If you want to explain, there's a field for you to explain details. Maybe there are some that are in stock and some that are not, that you have to make them afresh. So in such cases, you can just enter that details there. If it's an attachment, there'll be an option for you to attach a file. If you click on it, it'll take you to your file directory. There you can just pick the file you want to attach and attach it accordingly. Now, the next part is the commercial part. This is where you enter the quotes. Here you can see the item is for the t-shirt. Remember, it was only one item we selected, right? So that's the only one that is shown to us. In this example, I'll just click t-shirts, and as soon as I click t-shirt, I can see the box is available to me. I can just enter the amount we intend to bid for this t-shirt. And once I enter the amount, I can just click submit, enter response. Now, so long as the duration is still open for the event, notice that counter is still ticking. So long as that event is still open, you can reverse your response. Maybe after doing your consultation, you realize that the value has changed. The amount you entered is not the actual amount. There might be need to increase the amount that you've quoted. You can just go back, revise the event, and enter the correct amount. Also, say some of the technical questions are false. Maybe, let's not say false. Say it's not the correct one you uploaded. You were trying to upload one and you choose the wrong one. You can go back and make the correct changes and submit after you've effected the changes. Once you're done with all of this, say at the course of the event you had questions, there's an option for you to compose message. All you need to do, you want to reach out to the team for more information because you're seeing t-shirts, you want to get more clarity as to what they mean by t-shirts. There's no detail to guide you to what type of t-shirt they're looking for, the grade they are looking for. So you can compose a message and the message will get to the team as quickly. It's in an instance. The team are actively looking at the message box for any message from the participants of the event. So all you're doing is you're getting their attention to respond to your need, and they would answer you quickly. So all you need to do is just click on the compose message and type your message to the team. They will receive your message and respond accordingly. Don't use the compose message to send your bid, in case you feel like it's more faster now. Do you send them a message, you say hi, they responded, you say okay, this is faster. So you now entered your bid there. It would make your bid void. So make sure you use the field that are dedicated for each of the questions to respond to the questions asked. Now this is how you can respond to tenders on Ariba. Do we want to see live transaction? The yes is not coming very well. So okay. Now I will attempt to log in as one of the suppliers here. I'll go to my mail again. Remember, that's the first thing. That's the first place you go to. You go to your mail. All the transactions have sent confirmation to me. I'll just go to my mail and look for the invitation to tender. This is an example. NNPC Group Test has invited you to participate in an event for consulting services. You can see the details. It started November 17th. This is your username. Click here to access the event. I'll just click here. As soon as I click here, let me try to close all these accounts that I logged in with quickly. Oh, perfect. I'll just go back to my mail and copy the username. It's showing that is what is blue, the review prerequisite. Remember, that's the first thing you're going to attend to. So you click the review, you can see the details of the event, the commercial bid slots. The items are ergonomic chairs, table, cloth hangers, but we can't respond to any of them yet. They're all grayed out. But as soon as we review prerequisite, it's the one that will be blue at the top. You can download the content. You can even decline to respond. If you don't want to respond to it, you can decline to respond. But I want to respond. So I click review prerequisite. As soon as I click review prerequisite, it shows me our terms and conditions. You know, I'm very fast. I've read everything. So I just click on OK. So as soon as I click OK, it takes me to, just take a few seconds, depending on your network, of course, to then review the event. In this example, it's asking me to enter the currency I intend to bid with. What are we using? Naira. Oh, dollars. Naira. I'm hearing more Naira, so I'll go with Naira. And it's asking me which of these items am I trying to bid for. How many of them are we bidding for? Oh, okay. So I'll confirm. I've selected all the items and I'll confirm enter selected loads/line item. It then sends me confirmation that the currency has been maintained for the event, and this event is still counting down 11 days. So whatever I do, I can come back to it within these 11 days to make changes, even after submitting this, lot, even after submitting my bid. Now you can choose to respond to all of them in one. Use all content to review or to respond to all the questions, or you can just switch to each of the sections. Like in this example, there's technical and then there's commercial. I'll just click on the technical. It will then show me all the technical questions that they're asking me to respond to. In this example, they say CAC document. I'm supposed to attach it as one of the required technical questions. So you can see there's an attach a file option here beside the question. I can click attach a file. As soon as I click attach a file, I'll just click choose. Once I select choose, it will take me to my file directory. You know where you save your CSV document now. You just try to navigate to that place and select the attachment. I'll just pick one of these files here and click open. I'm very organized and everything is in one place. So I'll just pick them and just drop. So that's my CSV document, but your own should be also structured in one folder. Next, also the tax clearance. I'll click attach a file, and I pick my documents and select OK. And then next, I go to my ITF certificate. In this example, it's compulsory. I click choose file and select the ITF certificates and say OK. You might have it structured in different folders, so just try to navigate the folder that you saved the file and select them. PENCOM certificates, you can attach that as well. In this case, I'll just go there and choose file and attach. As soon as I'm done with the technical part, I can move to the next part. So one thing you should not do is to submit your entire response when you're not done responding. So make sure you respond to both the technical and the commercial. Before, when they're revealing your bid, you're saying, I submitted now. And maybe as a means to justify your submission, you now into the chat box and type the amount. It will not make it correct. So make sure you do that here before you submit entire response. So click commercial bid to review the commercial bid part. And here you can enter the amount in Naira. How much are we selling our ergonomic chair? 500K. I thought we would say 5 million. So tables, how much are we selling it? 200. 1 million. Okay. Maybe it is the one with gold on the top. I'll just go with 1 million. And clothes hanger, 10,000, right? So make sure you use the correct amount. Remember, you're not the only one bidding. So as soon as you're done, you can then review your response and say, I want more information. I don't really understand. What type of hanger are they looking for? I didn't see any description that speaks to the type of hanger they are looking for. So I just click the compose message, and it should then review this box for me. Now notice it's sending it to the project team. They are actively waiting for your question. So just click on that, and in this box here where you can see that is available to you, in case you want to type as many things, it can accommodate whatever you want to ask them. So just type in the question. Please provide, ideally the event will come in specification, so you might not need to do this, but if there's any question you have, in this example I'm asking for them to provide more specification for lot 3, and once I'm done I can click the send button. As soon as I click the send button, it's expected that they've received it. Then I can click the submit entire response when I'm done and I'm sure of my submission and confirm it with an OK. This should send my submission to the team. Now remember, we still have 11 days. We have time. We should be able to revise our response. If there's any changes that we need to make. Say we realize that we bidded low for the hanger. It should have been 500k. So we just go back and click revise response to make the changes and then finally submit. Now that's how you can respond to an invitation to tender. And like I said, every transaction you run on the system, you should also get a confirmation mail. It's not coming because the account is should come in shortly. Maybe my network. But like I said, for every transaction you raise, there's a corresponding email that is sent to you. With that email, you can then validate that your submission has been made successfully. Okay, this has not still dropped. Well, thank you so much for listening to the end. I hope you understood the processes for raising your confirming purchase order, doing doing a service entry and also responding to tender. I will likely take questions.
All right, please, can we appreciate our facilitator? Thank you so very much for that detailed and in-depth explanation. We are taking questions now. I'm going to move gradually to the back. So if you have, please, your name and organization, please.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Yeah. Now I have a question. When you're submitting tenders, okay, and then you have multiple submissions, you have the technical, you have the price and the non-price commercials, yeah. And so, for instance, for the technical submissions, when you're submitting multiple tenders, how is it that it's impossible for you to submit multiple tenders? If you submit one, you know what I'm saying, and you try to submit the other one, you know what I'm saying, it wipes out the ones you've submitted before. How do you navigate that, please?
I'm not sure I get the question. You received a tender and you
would
attempt to submit.
Yes.
Is it the same tender you're submitting twice, or is like...
No, one tender, okay?
Yes.
But for your technical submissions, for instance, you have multiple submissions.
Yes.
For instance, you have like 10 OEMs. And those are parts of your submissions. Yeah. Okay, so you submit one document, you know what I'm saying, and then you attempt to, without merging them, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, so because what I've always done is
to
merge them, you know what I'm saying. But when you submit one, and you try to submit the other one, you know what I'm saying, it wipes it out. You know what I'm saying?
So the way it works is every question is just one response to one question. One response to one question. So what you can do is you can have it enclosed in a zip folder, have multiple items in a folder, then attach this zip folder as your response. Or you can compress it like you used to do before. So it's one question to one response. You can't have multiple response to one question. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Onajaga Solomon from Strong Global Services. Now, my question is, Oh, sorry. So my question is, when you receive a PO, you receive an order, and you've confirmed your order. If for some reasons you're not able to continue with that order, what happens? What do you need to do, or what happens?
You've confirmed the order?
Yes, if after you've confirmed it, you have the option of confirming or rejecting an order. Then maybe you confirmed, but for some reasons, you're not able to proceed with that order.
You have to communicate to the business formally. Because ideally, confirmation means you've obliged to the order, and they're expecting you to deliver.
All right, thank you.
So if you don't want to, just reject before. Try to know before you confirm the order.
All right, next question.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Taiwo Salvador for Axego Nigeria Limited. Okay, so I'm speaking to the service sheets. On our own dashboard, we have like 2 service sheets with the same number. How do we deal with that?
Okay.
Then second question, while you were taking us on the service sheets, there's an option for final service sheets. You didn't talk about that. There's also a space to attach invoice. So is it that they are not necessary to do? Thank you.
Thank you for that great question. So for the first question, when you're getting multiple purchase order, it's likely one of them is obsolete. There was a change to the order, and then the system, after updating the changes, the system sent you another version, which then is open for you to respond to. But just pick any of them. Any of them, yes, and respond to it. The other one would be void. If you attempt to respond to that one, you will see an error. Yes. So the second question you asked, final service sheet, it's an extra leg of confirmation that's the last entry you're doing. But ideally, just without selecting that, your service sheet is sent successfully to the business.
Thank you.
The
next
invoice
question.
part, ideally, invoice comes after an entry, not before. So maybe prior to Ariba, no need to attach an invoice. You're just supposed to enter the service. If there's a requirement to attach anything, it could be the purchase order document or anything else. But an invoice should be after the service has been rendered, after the service entry has been done and it has been accepted. Yes, that's when you can now invoice for what has been accepted. Yes.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ayokunle. I'm from Main One.
Can you raise the mic?
From Main One Cable Company. My question is regards the PO. Okay, so I've had a situation where the PO amount was more than the stated amount. In that situation, what do you do? Do you reject the PO, or do you use the second line item? That's one. Then 2, the PO, okay, after confirming the PO, after the SC is generated, what's the next step? Because we just see that it's generated. Sometimes it says, I think it confirms that it's done, but we don't know what next.
Okay, I'll start with the second one. The second question. After you've completed your service entry, what happens next is an acceptance of that service. It's internal. So the team would review, alongside the department that you render the service to, would review the service you had rendered. After confirming that you did after you confirm the job has been done, they can then accept the service entry, then process your payment. Now, but this is going to change going forward after the invoicing module takes off. So, and in that case, you would be the one to then invoice for the job you've rendered directly from the system. But as it is right now, the team would take it up from there to process your invoice after they've accepted the service. So.
In my own situation, my payment term is in advance. You are supposed to pay in advance. What happens in that kind of situation?
It's supposed to be in advance?
Yeah, the payment is supposed to be in advance. You are supposed to pay before we render the service, or maybe I give you an annual invoice and you are supposed to pay in between.
I will leave that to the speaker coming next. He's coming to speak about invoicing generally, so you can throw that question. Just make sure you get the question to him.
All right,
yeah.
That's fine.
And your first question, if there are months, I know you'll be tempted to confirm the order immediately. You know, you say, yeah, I understand. I'm just, in such instance, you can communicate back to the business, and they would then make corrections. You know, it might be an oversight. Maybe the tax was calculated twice. You know, something like that. So you just communicate to the business, and they will make correction, and they will send you a change order. You should then update the order with the correct amount.
Thank you. Next question.
All right, thank you. My name is Samuel Ajayi from Worldwide Commercial Ventures Limited. So I would like a situation where, is it possible to have a practical session on updating line items?
Okay.
You know, because I tried it once, and I couldn't complete it because, you know, there's some certain things I didn't understand there. Maybe, I don't know whether you do that here, or maybe I'll go to the back.
You can meet us at the back. Because,
okay.
Then it's almost time for the next speaker.
Okay.
Yes.
And the second question I have is, how do you track payments? You know, for some certain companies, not NMPC per se, you know, on their portal, not Ariba, there's a way you can check the status of the payment. You know, I know that when you have shipped your LPO, you know, when they receive it at the other hand, that's probably the buyer, or what do you call it? You know, it will change status from shipped to, I think, received. Am I correct?
Yes.
You know, so how do you, then track payments? Because what they are telling us is that this platform, gives you an edge. You can, it will make payments come faster.
Yes.
You get. So how do you now track payments? How do you know the status of the payments? Because because this thing has started for a while now, it has not really made any difference on my own side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that very honest feedback. So for payment, as I said, the man is coming to answer all your payment issues. And I'm very certain that he will speak justice to that. And that's because currently now, we've not started, most of the suppliers have not commenced invoicing directly from their portal. And so as soon as that kicks off, you also get to see the status of the invoice, directly from your portal. Just like you did for your purchase orders and your service orders, you get to see the update as it progresses. Similar to this, you will get to see the update also from your portal. But I'll leave it for him to speak in details about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Yeah, good afternoon. Judith Umuru for Skype Energy Limited. So an observation, first of all. The compose message button, are you certain that we cannot submit or attach our documents and submit for tenders?
100%.
Yes, because recently, it's an observation. Something happened. We submitted a bid using that button because we could not use the submit button. It was and this was before the duration for the submission ended. So it was that button to click submit, we couldn't access, we could not find it, it wasn't there. So we contacted somebody from customer service, and the person suggested that we could use that button to submit.
Oh.
Yes, she said that it is another option that can be used because we could not attach documents using that.
Okay. I did, I said yes. I'll call them.
No, I don't know. So
do you have other questions so that I let you finish?
Yes. My second question is about assurance, about how who has access to the back end after submission is made, because I don't know, I have heard some things flying around, so I just want some level of assurance to know who are supposed to have access to the back end after submission of bids and tenders. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that good question. So I will start with the second question that you asked. For every tender, whether it's technical and commercial, it's enveloped. And envelope being that the project team cannot access the content. All they get to see when you submit is a notification that submission has been made, this person has participated, or has submission has engaged. When you do that, you accept terms and conditions. We see your intent to bid. We receive that notification as a log. We have that metadata to review, what the transaction is happening at the back end, but we can't see the content of your submission. If we were to show you an example of an ongoing bid, it will be grayed out. The option will not be available to us for any of the team members to see. Even the most the person with the most authorization, they can't see anything until the envelope is open. And most cases, you also receive a notification when they open your envelope. Have you noticed it? You receive a notification when your envelope is opened. So that date is when it was actually opened. They didn't get to see it before that time. And most times it's either the day of the bid opening, most cases, because they want to make sure they confirm your submission. Then they'll open the envelope and then validate the submissions you made with you on the call. And so you are rest assured that nobody else sees it and nobody has access to your bid. And that's why we always promote responding through the options available in the response options available to each question. Now, if you use a comment section, the project team is supposed to see that. You understand? So that's why we say it's void. You get? So, and it still speaks to your first question that you've asked. You cannot use the comment section to respond to any tender. It's not what word would you use? I know you know that word. Yes, it's still, the document speaks to the event, correct? Yes, so it still makes it void. We don't want to see it until the day we are accessing everybody's bid. So sending it allows us to see the content, which makes it void. So it's very important to use the field for each question to respond to each of the questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Iche Ikechukwu from Multinational Technologies. I have some couple of questions. On the bid aspect, is it a requirement from your end that before you send a bid, there must be a scope of work? Whereby you send that and there is no scope of work, do you advise that we should still go ahead and participate in such bids? That's number one. And number two, before this electronic format, the physical, result announcing winners. When it's time for you to announce winners, everybody who is involved, we come together and there will be a transparency and it will be read out and we know who won the bid. But in this aspect, I've participated in a couple of bids on the Ariba, but I've not really seen that transparency when it comes to announcing results. Just like someone mentioned, what's going on at the back end, we don't know. So how are you giving us that assurance that this transparency is duly followed? Then the third question is, peradventure, you roll out a bid.
Recording in progress.
There is a mistake, maybe misinformation from your end, and the specifications, let's say from the technical angle, and there seems to be an error, in passing that message. And we bidded, and that bidding is not appropriate. And you now notice that there was an error from your end. Do you cancel that bid or we still proceed with such bid?
I'll start with the second. If you observe, there's an option for you to revise response. So long as the event period is still open, you can revise the response and make changes. So anything you've submitted, you can change it, even to the last item there. Any attachments, even if it's a text, you can correct it and make the correct changes. So the button will be available to you as long as the event is still open. It's only when the event is closed that you can access it and make changes again. In such case, we'll just wait for the next one. And hopefully you would not miss out anything. But the first question you asked, sir, it's internal policy that only the winner of the bid is sent an email, formal mail, to confirm that. So I won't be able to speak to internal policy. All I can tell you is it is well and truly transparent. There's no, cutting corners. There are teams that are actively reviewing your response, and that's why we don't even allow you to send your response using a comment section, because we don't want to see the content until the date that they want to evaluate it or they want to review it, everyone's response. So you know that nothing is taken out of proportion, or we're not doing anything outside at the back end. I used the wrong word, but we're not doing anything at the back end to counter your submission. So yes, that's the best I can give you right now. But maybe the next person coming would also reassure you more to make you understand that it is, but I'm reassuring you that your informations are sealed and there's no back, manipulation of of the evaluation. There are proper channels that review the responses, the submission you've made, and they then act based on your submission. Then pick the qualified supplier to award the tender.
All right.
All right. Good afternoon.
What I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is this. During the physical, results, both you and also us, we participate in the results. I understand that there are people that are in charge of, ensuring that it is duly followed. But we also have to be involved because we are all part of these stakeholders. That's what I try to point out.
We'll take that
so
down.
This platform should provide that for us so that we will also see that transparency. Not only you see it.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you so much for that contribution. We'll take it down and have our team review that as well. Yes,
right.
thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimo from Royal Dade Consult. I'm going to take us a bit back. I'm going to refer us back to the B2B engagement where an order has been placed and you check your mail and you see the order that has been placed and you see, like you said, the first thing you look out for is new. So it has not been something you've attended to. Okay, in the situations where such order have been given out to multiple vendors to actually attend to, and I'm actually checking mine for the first time, and that order has been completed by another vendor, would I still see new when I open my email or I open sign on? Then secondly, in a situation where I have an order that was placed and the response time or delivery time is probably a week interval, and all of a sudden, I, as the person that is responding to it or the person that actually placed the order, have reasons why we should store that order. Is there a part where we can actually say, Oga, I cannot deliver again, or Oga, don't deliver again, don't worry?
From the business to you? Or from you to the business?
Either of the two parties.
From you to the business, that's the reject entire order option. But from the business to you, they will just cancel the order from their end.
Okay, how about the first one?
So every order that I send to you is specific to you, not to multiple people. It's you that they are transacting with. That's why it comes with your name. So you saw my name there now, Lumify. Yeah, so.
They didn't get anything, and they now shift to another person. And probably after the third day, that was when I opened my email. Would I still be seeing new?
Yes, it will still be new. It's for you. If they don't want you to transact again, they'll cancel the order from their end. But as long as it's still open to you and is new, you can respond to it. Just know that the only thing you need to be wary of is they are observing your performance. As at the time specified for the item, there's a vendor performance module that logs in when you actually delivered. You know that notice that you sent in and you said it will get to yours this day, and maybe it did not get to us, it's still being logged in the system. There's a metadata collecting all that information. So it's very important you deliver on time. But as when you speak to whether an order is still new, it's always, if the status is showing you that it's still new, you can respond to it. If it's not available for you to respond to, they would have cancelled it. The order will be cancelled from your end. You will see the status will show cancelled. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Korede from PPNL. So the question here is, are we expected to get bids and tenders from all the SBUs, NMPC and SBUs? That's number one. Then number two, the TQs. How long does it take to respond to TQs? Thank you.
The event duration, the last question. Technical questions.
Yes, technical queries.
Yes, it's the event duration. You're submitting everything together, both your technical and your commercial. So if they send you a bid, it has a technical section, it has a commercial section. Yeah. You're expected to submit them together. You get. So the duration that you're seeing at the right, that top right button, you saw the countdown. Yeah. It's only when that expires, then you can submit. But it's available to you so long as that event is still open.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But in the case of the hangar,
yes,
you mentioned the hangar and all of that. You're supposed to get a response as to certain things on the hangar. before, or maybe you want to make some adjustments.
Oh.
So that's what I'm saying.
In that instance, I would suggest you send a mail to the business to, facilitate this with their response. But ideally, they are always there looking at the events because they also want to know if their participations, because they need to look at the history to see are there any participation. There's a log that's showing if there are participations or not, to know if they need to extend the time or something like that, to know. So most likely they would see the message and they'll receive a notification as well. So to action or respond to questions that are asked by the supplier. So you can be rest assured that it will be within the event duration. Often that they don't respond. Okay, I'll take that back to the team. So we can look into that. Thank you.
All right, next question, please.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Rossiu from Napiform Global Services Limited. So I would like to confirm, after you must have delivered your service to NNPC and you've uploaded all your required documentation via their Ariba platform, like what you've explained earlier on the purchase order aspects. So how long does it take for them to pay, and how can you get to know that you've been paid for that particular transaction? Because there was an order we've initiated for the past 3 months, and we are yet to get any feedback, and we would like to know the platform for us to reach out to directly, if there is a phone number for that or a direct mail that we can follow up for that.
So I'm just going to capture your information. Any question that speaks to invoicing and payment, I will say you channel it to the person coming next. He's well equipped to answer that for you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next question,
Can I
please.
go? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Prince. I'm from Barama Energy Resources. I have 2 questions. I had more questions, but as we were progressing, you were answering some. My first question is, for an organization or a vendor who has been procuring or doing services for you, is there any a slot for repeat orders, so I don't get to do the tendering part? You already know I'm proficient with this, so you just give me repeat orders. I don't know if you have that.
For every order, there's a contract, so the tender process will have to take place.
For
first.
same items, because I also use Smart GEP, so we do repeat orders. I wanted to know if your platform does that too.
Well, I would only tell you that if there's a need to send you a purchase order, most likely I would leave that to the business to decide, because most cases there has to be a tender first before any order is being sent to you. That tender then validates it's based on the contract terms that an order is sent to you. So they won't just require an order except say the order is from a contract you get. Say it's a contract for you to supply printers for a year. They can just create a new order and send it to you.
Yeah, like a call-off base.
Yes, the call of the contract.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The next one is, how long does it take for a tender to convert to an order?
It's seconds.
Seconds.
As soon as approval is issued.
Oh wow.
Yeah. No, wait. You said tenders?
Yes.
So
if I have a request and then I upload my quotes, everything, how long does it take to convert to a PO?
There have to be internal deliberations, and there are reviews. They'll review your questions. Have you been awarded the contract?
No, we've not been awarded the contract.
Okay. So
they
have
it's
to
an
be
open request.
Yeah.
So I submit my commercial bid and technical. How long does it take? How many weeks? How many days? So I budget for it.
It depends on the evaluation time. It's not fixed. It's not fixed. It can span weeks. It can span a week or multiple weeks. But it depends on the number of participants, the extent of the job that is to be done, and the questions that needs to be checked, the responses that needs to be checked. So yeah, it depends. It's not fixed. Yeah.
All right, please can we appreciate our facilitator, please? Thank you so much, Mr. Michael, for that in-depth knowledge about sourcing, contracting, and also the PO entry services. Are we learning? No, I didn't get a good response. Are we learning? Are we gaining? Okay, just a quick one to just remind you guys, behind your tag, you still have that number for any inquiries. You still have the email there, please. You can use that. And also, you can also go to our help desk behind there for further inquiry. All right, so do we have capacity for more? Are you ready to take more? No, I'm not getting that answer. I need fire. I need fire. This is digital age. I need fire. Are you ready for more? Because this time we're going into the e-invoicing. You know, after all the bidding and all of that, and they ask for invoice, if you don't know how to do it right, you might not get the job or the contract. So are you ready to learn from this? Because our facilitator is ready for you. Our facilitator is a principal system application product SAP software consultant with expertise level competency in the design, configuration, and support of SAP Finance and Ariba solution. He is a certified SAP trainer, project manager, and solution architect, and holds various SAP certification. He has worked on numerous SAP projects around the world. In the last 30 years, hello, in the last 30 years, somebody say depth. Somebody say knowledge. Yes, in the last 30 years before joining the NMPC family, he is an industry leader in the deployment of SAP, IS, Oil, and Ariba solution. He has consulted for several companies like Accenture UK, IBM Netherlands, Carlsberg's Brewery in Denmark, and SAP Africa as the manager software solution for West Africa. He holds a PhD in computing and mathematics from Brunel University. I heard somebody say, that is what is coming to you all. From Brunel University, UK, and also a master in information technology. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of IT, UK, and a member of numerous other professional bodies. He is the head accounting policy and system, NMPC Ariba Chief Solution Architect for NMPC Limited. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up? Can we give it up? Please, this front table is not clapping. 30 years of depth, knowledge is coming to you now. Let's give it up for Dr. Grillo Wakil. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, MC. I think you've overdone yourself. All right, so esteemed suppliers, you're welcome again. So at this stage, you know you're and dry when you get to invoice, isn't it? You should be happy that you have an item that's been accepted, because that's what it means. If you get to the platform where you can engage the invoicing, it means your product has been accepted, your service is okay. All right, so let's go through this process. It's very simple. All right, so my colleagues have been here. They've gone through the process of one, sourcing. So you know how to go through the bidding process. Okay? They've gone through the process of procurement. Now you have a contract. I don't know if they've told you this. If you get a contract from NNPC, that's our legal document, it's signed, don't start anything. Don't provide a service, don't supply an item. What do you need before you can start? PO. Please don't start doing anything if you only have a contract. Okay? You are going to have difficulties down the line. You must have a PO. So once you get the contract, just call and say, please, I don't have a PO. They'll give you a PO. The PO is the working document of that contract. The contract on its own just sits legally that yes, you've been given a job. Okay? If you don't have the working document of that contract, don't start. Okay? So just like the gentleman said, forget it. You must get a PO. And we will always give you a PO. I hope we're all clear on that. Because this is where the issues come in. You get a contract, you go to site, you start working, you then want to submit an invoice, you don't have anything that you can submit that invoice with. An invoice must be submitted against a purchase order, but that purchase order also must have graduated to the stage where you have either a goods receipt done on that purchase order or a service acceptance done on that purchase order. Without that, an invoice cannot come in. Okay? All right, so let's just go through the process. We'll do a quick introduction. So what is e-invoicing all about? We've left the arena of procurement. We're now going into the arena of finance. I head the accounting policies and systems unit in NNPC. The team, they are at the back, the accounts payable team, they will be responsible for invoicing. Okay? It's not the procurement team anymore, but Ariba is a fully integrated P2P solution. So the first P is all the procurement activity. You've done all that. We're now progressing to the second P, which is the payment. And the payment is made up of two things. One, e-invoicing, and the second one, what's the second one? Your alert, the payment. You don't do anything, you just receive the alert. Okay? We do this properly. Once you submit the invoice, after 45 days, you get an alert. That is a guarantee from our Treasury Department. What am I hearing? Is 45 days not okay? No. Working days. I heard somebody say it's longer. This is the new NNPC. This is the new way we do business. What we're doing now is everything we're doing here is the future of work. This is how NNPC does business now. Okay? The invoice is electronic. We don't need your paper anymore. You know now, what you do is, when it's time to submit invoice, you print out the invoice, you print out the PO, and then you print out the contract. You put everything together, you submit it to our processing unit. That is a thing of the past now. You go to Ariba, as long as goods receipt has been done. Because I heard a gentleman there ask a question about service entry. Entering a service entry does not mean you have provided that service. You understand? Supplying the item does not mean the item has been received. Okay? Supplying the item does not mean the item has been received. So it's very important. And this is the only area you are allowed to call an NPC. This is the only area. And this is the critical area. So you provide a service. Let's assume you provide a number of consultants to do something. They have finished it. What is the service entry? That will be their timesheet, isn't it? So they said, we did 8 hours, we did this, we did that. They submit that. That doesn't mean that's what we're going to pay you for. The supervisor now needs to come, check that service entry you've done. You have one line that says, the gentleman here did 8 hours today. He comes in and says, no, he didn't do 8 hours. He went out for 2 hours. So it's 6 hours. What that means, that your service entry that came in for 8 hours, NNPC has taken liability only for 6 hours. So you can see the difference there. You provide 100 items. It comes to an NPC. What we do when items come in, we go through a regimented process of checking those items. You understand? So maybe you bring 100 laptops, we go through it, check the serial number, compare. Only 90 we could verify. It means we're only going to accept liability for 90. The remaining 10, we call you to come and collect your laptop. They're not real laptops. You understand? So even though you have sent 100, it doesn't necessarily mean that is the 100 you're going to be paid for. Okay? So if we go through the process, you have a PO that says bring 100 laptops. You did a delivery of 100. The most important document in that middle is that goods receipt. You've delivered 100. That goods receipt determines what this e-invoicing would open up for you and determines what you'll be paid. I hope we're all clear on that. So don't say because I've supplied 100, you're going to be paid for 100. So which is why we always say that point, call. Once you supply 100, let 100 be accepted. If they can't accept 100, maybe they return 20, replace another 20, so that 100. So that's the only point where you have to interface physically. Everything else in the process is automated. Okay? All right, so let's go through it. So invoicing is cloud-based, it's an automated process. Nobody will call you for an invoice, and you also don't need to call anybody to submit an invoice. You don't need to submit any document with it. Just go to the box, click it, review, submit. That's all with submitting an invoice. But let's go through the process. Some of the benefits: efficient, there's no paper in the process, full visibility. Ariba is a platform where both of us are collaborating, which is the third point here. We are both collaborating. So anything you do, NMPC sees it. Anything we do that is for you, you see it immediately. Okay? Let me just say at this point that, you've all been here since morning. Everything we've done from morning up to this point, this is actually the end process for the P2P. Okay? So everything we've done from morning up to this point, you are going to receive it via email. So all these documents we've gone through, all the things my colleague did, we're going to send it to you. So in your own time, you can review it. That will be your homework. All right, so let's go through the process. So this is the process flow, and you can review it over and over again. It states what you are going to be doing as a supplier, what will happen at the back end, when the invoice will come in, and then when payment would also happen. Few points I'll point out here. You would go in to initiate the invoicing process. You can only do this when goods receipt has been confirmed by an NPC or a service has been accepted by an NPC. That's the only time the invoicing aspect will open up. Okay? Supplying the item will not open up invoicing. Okay? NMPC has to first establish liability. Okay? Then invoicing will open up. So once you go in there, accept it, you can't change the value, you can't change the quantity. You understand? Because the quantity is based on what NMPC accepted. So you go in there, review it, and so on. So if you go there, you review it, you now say, no, I supplied 100. It's only 90 here, it's only 95. So that's the time you call, isn't it? Then they will tell you, we rejected 5. But if you check your email, you would have seen it, that they rejected 5. All right, so it goes through the process. All these processes are internally, you can see in NNPC. They're all automated processes. This green point here, I explained that from the 1st of January, every invoice, who owns the invoice? Whose document is the invoice? It's yours, isn't it? So every invoice we receive from you, electronically or any other way, we have the responsibility of now sending an electronic copy of that invoice to FIRS. So from the 1st of January, every invoice that comes in from our suppliers into NNPC, we will send it to FIRS. That's the new, you all know the new tax rates, the new tax law. It kicks in from 1st of January. You understand? So every invoice doesn't, you know, whatever the amount is irrelevant, goes to FIRS. So that's a requirement of what we need to do. You can see that's in green in here. Now, once the invoice processing starts, you can go to sleep. There's nothing else you need to do. You understand? Once the invoice has been accepted here, it leaves your own side. It goes through an automated process. You can be rest assured nobody's keeping your invoice somewhere. The invoice is going through the automated engine. It starts counting 45 days from once you submit it. You understand? And you can track it. So some of the questions we've been getting from suppliers is, how do I know it's going through the system? When you go to your network, I mean, you've all logged into your business network, you will see the tracker there. You see when it's been scheduled, you see when it's going to be paid, and so on and so forth. You don't need to call anybody. Okay. All right, so eventually it goes through the whole process. The last item here is that you receive the payment remittance. Also, the other green box there is that every payment equally needs to be sent to FIRS. So at that point, they are waiting for you to collect tax. You understand? And they know the whole genesis of the transaction. They will have received the invoice. They know what you have been paid. So on their own side, they have your name. They have your full tax liability. That's the new tax rule from 1st of January. You understand? All invoices now, you know, they won't go to them. But from 1st of January, this will kick in, and every single invoice will go to them. So you just need to know that now. Okay? So this is the process of invoicing. Please, if you have any questions, just note it down. We'll have a lot of questions later. All right, so this is the step-by-step guide. So what exactly do you do to do this e-invoicing? Okay? There are like 5 or 6 steps here. Each of these steps, the only input you need to do, there are 2, and you'll see them later on. Invoice number, invoice date. Everything else is automated. Because remember, before you can do invoice, you must have preceding documents where the input will come from. Okay? So at the invoicing, you're just putting your invoice number, invoice date. Like we said, the invoice is your document. With time, you start building your invoice templates here. I'm sure you all have invoice templates you use with your logo, the look and feel, so on and so forth. You start building it in Ariba. NNPC has given you access to that. Remember the introduction, for those that were here early, you have 2 types of accounts, the standard and the enterprise. The standard account is good enough for you. You're not paying anything. If you decide to go for an enterprise, it has nothing to do with NNPC. It's between you and Ariba, and you pay them. So whatever the monthly subscription is up to you. But the standard account gives all the functionality you need to do all this, to building your own invoice templates and so on. Enterprise, I'm not here to advertise for Ariba, but it gives added functionality. Okay? But we recommend that all our suppliers should be on standard. Okay? It gives you all the functionalities you need. All right, so we'll go through this process. I'm not going to log into the system like my colleague. I just want you to follow me. For one reason. One, this is not live yet. So just note it in your diaries and note it somewhere. We're going live 1st of January with e-invoicing. From 1st of January, we don't need your paper invoice anymore. If you send it, it won't be acknowledged. You understand? You need to do it from Ariba. Help desk is there, any issues you have, was a very simple process. Michael has taken you through the purchase order to get it up to the point of where you have a status of received. Submitted on an PO would not activate the e-invoice. You know, when you submit the item, you've done delivery, e-invoice would not be activated. Received means NNPC has confirmed receipt of those items. So remember when you went through service entry, you were doing the service line, putting the quantity, and so on and so forth. So that is just telling NNPC, we've done this. NNPC now needs to receive it, and then you have a PO that gives you a status of received. Once you have received on the PO, it will activate the e-invoicing column on the PO. Okay? So you just click on it. It says create e-invoice. Once you click on it, you want a standard invoice. These are credit and debit memos. So you just click standard invoice. Okay? So you can see it's a straightforward process. And then after that, these are the two pieces of information required. One, the invoice number. Two, the date. And that's what you need to put in for an invoice. You don't put in anything else. For now, there's one other thing you need to do. I'll show it to you. But for input, invoice number, whatever your invoice number is, and then two, the invoice date. Some of you still have receipt booking vouchers. Anybody here? Receipt booking voucher? You do? Okay. So for NNPC, you still fill in the receipt booking voucher, but don't send it to us. So whatever number you have on that receipt booking voucher, just put it here. And then remember the other thing I said you would do is down here, you now attach it. Okay. So for e-invoicing, you need to enter only two pieces of information. What your invoice number is, and then your invoice date. Just to warn you now, that invoice date is not the date the 45 days will start counting from. Because you don't use suppliers, they are smarter than us in NNPC. So what we've seen is that they are creating an invoice today. People are backdating it 20 days. To gain 20 days, isn't it? So that payment will happen in 25 days. So the system is going to use the date on the system when you are doing that invoice. So if you put an invoice date of, maybe you put 1st of November there, okay? The system is not going to use that. It will keep your date, but it's going to use today's date. So you cannot trick the system that way. 45 days is date of creation, system date, not your own invoice date. I hope we're clear on that. All right, so you put in the invoice date, put in the invoice number, and then the line item that you can see. Remember, this line item is the same that came from your goods receipt when you are doing delivery. Also the same from your service acceptance. So whatever has been receipted by NNPC will now change this quantity and change the amount. And that, when you're doing the invoice, you cannot change. Remember what we said earlier, you sent 100 items in your delivery. got to NNPC. NNPC said, the 100 you sent, only 90 is okay. The other 10, they're not okay. A gentleman yesterday gave an example. He said he supplied 50 bags of rice. Okay? That when they now checked it, they said only 45 is okay. And they paid him for 45. He now said, so what are you going to do with the remaining 5? They are still with us, isn't it? Yes, they are with us, but we've put them into one location. Come and carry your thing. We're not responsible for that. He has to pick it up. But he said, no, you have all 50 with you. I said, yes, we have all 50, but the remaining 5 is in one location. Nobody has touched it. It's your own responsibility. We're only taking responsibility for 45. So you need to note this. What you have sent for delivery is not what NNPC is going to take as what you've delivered. It didn't meet spec. It's off spec. You understand? So that's very, very important. Okay? All right, so we've gone through this. Put your line. Like we said, you cannot change it. So for the lady here, the next thing you need to do is an attachment. For now, everybody, you need to do an attachment. So whatever invoice, your paper-based invoice and so on, scan it and put it here as an attachment. I think there was a question that came from this table when Michael was talking about service entry. And you said there's a point there where you can attach your invoice. Your invoice at service entry is premature. You understand? What you're entering as service entry or at delivery does not equate to your invoice. What equates to your invoice is what has been receipted by NNPC. So you've done a service entry. I've done this quantum of activity. Okay? You now put an invoice to back it up. Okay? That invoice cannot be used because NNPC will still review what you said you've done and they can reduce it, which means your invoice is invalid. You understand? So you need to make sure it's received first before you submit an invoice. So at point of service entry, don't attach an invoice. It's back and forth on Ariba. You do one, NNPC does the other one. Comes back to you, do your own, NNPC will do. So don't do 2 before NNPC does 1. We'll do this and then we'll start the whole process from the beginning. What do you do first? What will NNPC do? And so on and so forth. All right, so we've done this. So the attachment, remember, your paper-based invoice, scan it, take a picture, whichever one, attach it to this invoice document. So those are the 3 things you will do. 1, invoice date. 2, invoice number. And then 3, the attachment. Once you do this, you can submit. Okay? So after you've done this, so this is the attachment, then you review. So you can see this is the invoice that's been created. Who is the billing party, who is the payer, and so on and so forth. You see all that. You go down, you see the amount, and so on and so forth. You also see the delivery address, where you're meant to deliver the item to, and so on and so. So everything will be here. Once you review it, you click submit. Where are you going to do all this? Which platform are you doing all this? The Ariba platform. Remember, everything is in the same place. Doesn't matter if it's procurement, it doesn't matter if it's a finance activity, you are doing everything in the same place. This is a fully integrated system. There's no difference between I'm dealing with procurement, I'm dealing with finance. Everybody, we're all on the same platform. Okay? Even when you do this, for you to know if it's gone to the treasury team and payment is being tracked, the same place you will see the scheduled payment. You will see payment will be done in 10 days. Payment has been done payment has been sent to your bank. You'll see everything. Okay, same platform. All right, so you view it, and then you submit, and then you get this information. Invoice has been submitted, so on and so forth. Okay, like Michael showed you earlier, you can also print it for your record, but there's no need. Don't send us paper. If you send it, we won't acknowledge it. Okay, so please don't send anything to us by paper. Even for your records, there's really no need to print it because it's stored electronically in your Ariba. But if you want to print it, it's up to you. So that has been completed, and then you can view the whole process. Remember, our working document, the PO, will now have a status of invoiced, which means this particular PO has now been invoiced. Once you have invoice on a PO, you can go and sleep. Go and face another job. Because what this means is that it's now going through an automated system. Invoice PO will start counting for the 5 days. You receive alert. Okay? Any question on that? Well, okay. Okay, I'll come to you. Let me just state this before we go into the questions and answers. So, once you do all this electronically, from when? 1st of January. So please don't hold on to your invoices. Any invoices is still paper-based for now. Send it normally. You understand? Any due invoices, send it normally. There was a question that was asked that, do I need to send invoice? Should I just keep the invoice? Someone from here answered that maybe their company, their charity organization. So if you have any invoices, send it now. You understand? It's paper-based, but send it. Okay. This will kick off from 1st of January. If it's not going to kick off then, you're going to receive information. But the plan is that this is from 1st of January. Fully automated, fully electronic. You don't need to submit paper anymore. And this is across NNPC. So some of you might not be working at corporate. I'm in corporate, but some of you might maybe with NEPL, one of the other entities, NGML, and so on. The invoice is fully automated across all the entities. Okay, and then your PO. Remember our PO, very important, because what we're seeing now, and which is why we have a disjoint in the system. If you don't have a PO, it means that contract you have has not gone through a budget clearance within an NPC. And we've not committed that value in our system. What commits that value in our system is a purchase order, which will say, I had a budget of 100 million. I've given this gentleman a contract for 20 million, which means my budget is only 80 million that I have to spend. Even though I haven't paid him, it will commit it. Okay? But if I don't have a PO, I have a contract with you, 20 million. Another one with you, 40 million. My budget will still be telling me I have 100 million. You understand? And I'll just be going around and be doing things like that and so on. My budget will still be 100 million. When it's now time to pay, I will now have a problem. You understand? Which is why we're telling all suppliers, don't do any job without a PO. Because that means internally it's gone through a budget cycle, it's been cleared, and we've committed that amount. And we know eventually you're going to send an invoice, and we have commitment already for it. Okay? So please always have a PO. It's your working document of that contract to show that it's going through the system. Your invoice is going to be based on the PO. Okay? All right, so once we have invoice, like we said, go and sleep. Just before the questions, let me just go through the whole process again so that we're sure we're not missing any step. So the whole thing will start with NNPC sending out RFP, isn't it? That's the genesis of the whole thing. RFP, we need people to provide this service. You go through the process, people submit their bid, so on and so forth. We go through the process, we do an award, we give it to this gentleman in front here. You receive a fantastic email. You're not clapping for him? So he receives a fantastic email saying, congratulations, you've won the bid, so and so. You receive that email. Shortly after, you receive the legal document, which is the contract, isn't it? When you receive that contract, don't say, oh, I've won the contract, let me go and start. Please don't do that. Once you receive that contract, tell them. Also send a fantastic email to an NPC. Thank you, I'm happy, please send me a PO. And you can quote me. Once they send you that, and they'll do it immediately. They will actually do it. What we've seen is that a lot of you have not been asking for POs. Do we have anybody here that has worked with just a contract without receiving a PO? Okay. Aha. Yeah, I know in the last session, put your hand down at the back. In the last session, we had quite a number of people. What we're saying is that don't do that. Okay? Most of you have POs now, but we still have people, especially if it's not corporate. If it's out there in some of the entities, you might just have a contract. Now, I'm not saying with a contract, you haven't won that job validly. You have it. You have won the job. You understand? And you are entitled to do that job. But you don't have the working document to do that job, which is the PO. You understand? So once you have the contract, just tell them to do the PO. They'll go through the process, do the PO. Okay? Now, once you get to the PO, let's say that's document number 2. After the bidding process, document number 1 is your contract. Document number 2 is your PO. Okay? So the PO from NMPC to you. That means you now have to respond. What do we expect from you at that point? Confirmation. So once you receive that PO, you now check it, confirm. There was a lady that sat in the chair, Madam, you're sitting in today. He said, Doc, it's not only confirmation. I can also reject. I said, Madam, you seem to be the only one that wants to reject our PO. But she's right. So you're either confirming or rejecting the PO. You understand? So you have that choice to reject. Maybe something is wrong or something is missing. You understand? So you receive the PO, confirmation/rejection. What's the next thing after that? Also a very important aspect. It's not execution. You understand? What we do now is after you confirm the PO, you just execute. We need a very important document from you before you start execution. We call that the advance shipment note or advance service notice. Before you start executing, tell us, we're going to start executing from so day. If it's a service you're sending people to our site, send that advance shipment note. We're going to send somebody from next week. It's important for us so that we can plan for that person. If we need to do ID cards and so on and so forth. We don't want to waste valued time. If it's probably somebody that needs to do something on our system, when he comes in, we'll not start running around trying to, set him up and so on and so forth. But once you send us that advance service notice, we'll prepare based on the date that you've given us. Even if they don't come that date, at least we prepare for the person. You understand? But it's compulsory you send that. Assuming you send somebody, you don't give us that, you send somebody. Okay? If that person comes in on that date, that person will now need to set the person up and so on and so forth. And maybe they didn't do any job that day. We will not pay you for that day. I hope you understand. You will not be paid for that day. Also, if it's an item that you have to supply, and I think one of the suppliers actually said this, if you bring it to our warehouse and there's no space to accept that item, your driver then needs to stay there for a day or two we will not pay for any cost you incur. Why? You didn't tell us ahead of time. And we told you during this engagement that you have to send us an advance shipment notice. You understand? It's similar to what DHL or all these other people would do. You know, before they bring your item, they send you email or they call you or something, isn't it? Is somebody going to be at home? Is this, is that, is that? It's the same thing we need. Just inform us ahead of time. This is coming. It becomes more critical when it comes to our petroleum product. Okay? You start hearing a huge amount of demurrage and so on and so forth. We will not pay any demurrage if you don't tell us ahead of time. If the vessel is staying there for 2 days, 3 days, we will not pay. You understand? You need to tell us the vessel will berth so time so we can start freeing up space in all our silos to receive those items. So you can see it's a critical item. It's very important you do this document. Okay? So let's go over it again. Document number 1, contract. Number 2, purchase order. Very important. You must have all these documents in this order. So 1, contract. Number 2, purchase order. Number 3, confirmation, which comes from you. Number 4, also from you, advance shipment notice. Okay? Then you start your execution. So your execution will come in 1, service entry. So once you execute, you do your service entry. Or 2, you do a goods receipt or a delivery. Your own part is delivery. If it's an item, by executing, you are delivering the product. Okay? So once you do that, it now comes back to NNPC. And this is the only point you are allowed to call NNPC. It comes to the point where you have delivered, you now need somebody to accept. In NNPC, accepting is not done by one person. Okay? So acceptance is done by one, the subject expert. So you're bringing drill bits or so on. The person in NNPC that knows about drill bits will come and check. Will say, yes, this one is indeed the correct thing. It's not Chinese. It's the exact one we ordered. Our audit team also will come and check, do the count, and all the fantastic thing audits will do. Once they all sign that, yes, we've received it, then they accept it. They're accepting it also in Ariba. You are there, you are not there, they accept it, you will see it's been accepted. You understand? Okay? Once it's accepted, what happens now? Invoice. This one now becomes active. And then you do the invoice. Once you do the invoice, the PO will say it's been invoiced. And what do you do? Go and sleep. Thank you. Yeah, with me. Go and sleep. At that point, go and sleep. What happens? 45 days. Okay? You get your payment. And that's the end. As suppliers, you want to get to this point. Everything you have been doing from RFPs to get to this point, isn't it? So it's this point that you get to, and is the easiest point. Which is why we're saying, once you do this, go and sleep. Okay? Go and thank your God I've finished this. These people have said for 5 days they will pay me. So just wait for alert. Okay? We want to be treating this like a salary payment. You understand? Everybody on salary, you know at the end of the month, you'll get your salary. Unless you're not working for a proper company. You understand? Everybody, the date of salary is defined. You know that you will get it. Okay? I know a lot of you here are MDs, COEs, and so on. I'm sure you don't receive salary. It comes as the business, you know, it's your business. So, but for those your salaried workers, you know a particular day they will receive it. The same thing here. Once you've done that activity, it's confirmed. 45 days, you get your money. You can even start counting it yourself. Once you do this thing says invoice. Hey, let me even count it if this thing is working. Is that counting 45 days? Okay. Now, if it's not going to be 45 days, before that 45 days, you receive email. So don't say 45 days must be 45 days. There might be some cases, maybe it will be extra 5 days, extra 2 days. It won't be more than that. I'm hearing No, it can't be less. It's system driven now. The system cannot do less. You understand? But don't worry, that 45 days, we will keep to it. No, it cannot be less. It can't be less. But you also need to note we're in this thing collaboratively. You have to do your part. Okay? The part you have to do is make sure you do this thing electronically and don't call anybody. If you call people, you are taking their time. Where they're supposed to be doing other things, they are speaking with you. And they can't help. The information they will give to you is from here. It's exactly what you are seeing. They will just be saying the same thing you are saying it to you. Okay? All these things we're doing here, you don't have to open laptops. Most people, it's future of working. You don't need to do it on your laptop. You can do it on your phone. Everything you get an email, from the email going to it, you can do it on your phone. So you can do it on the fly, you can do it anywhere. You understand? So you don't need to use your laptop or open your laptop to do this kind of activities. All right, let me end here and take questions. So MC, I can see some hands up.
All right, thank you. Please appreciate our facilitator. I see a lot of hands, but before we go, please, quick notice, please. We have a blue Toyota Camry AAA 870GH. You're blocking one of the occupants here. Please, can you go and repark? Blue Toyota Camry AAA AAA 870GH. Please, go and repark. Taking questions now.
Thank you, sir. My question is, automation is the essence of automation is efficiency. Okay, so if you are embarking on this efficient intention, you know what I'm saying, then why must it take 45 days for you to complete that cycle?
Maybe I should ask you, okay, how long do you think is an ideal period? How long do you think it should take? Next day? Next day. All right. Pay in advance. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at it critically and imagine it's your own company too. I mean, a lot of these things would have been sorted out at the contractual phase. I mean, you all agree. The RFP, all these documents will tell you. It will be there. Before you start the job, it will be clearly stated that your payment, it could be milestone-related payments or payment after the job. Your payment, you receive your payment 45 days after invoice. We always state that in all NMPC contracts. Do you agree? It's all there. Some of you even have more than 45 days. I'm just being magnanimous by saying 45. Okay, gentlemen, will ask a question. Some of you have 60 days, some of you have 90 days. You have 90 days. 80 days, so you can see. 30. All right, so I don't think we do 30 anymore. All right, let me, okay, we need, ladies and gentlemen, both parties were now collaborating and we all need to be responsible. You have 30 days in your contract. Do you get paid in 30 days? So that's what we're saying. So we don't want a situation where your contract is saying 30 days and you don't get paid in 60 days. You understand? So your contract is saying 30 days, but payment cycle, and this is all cash flow management. You understand? Which is why we're telling you at the very beginning, don't do the job until you have a PO. That PO does a reservation, creates a commitment in the system. Management of NMPC, we run a commitment report on a monthly basis. We know what we're committed to externally. We can see the cash flow. Okay? We can see when this is due for payment. And then the team, the wonderful team in Treasury can do, the liquidity management based on this. But if it's just a contract, there's no working document. You understand? We can't see where we've committed and so on. It's not on one platform. So it's very important you have that PO. We're all changing, we're evolving. We don't want situations where I'll come to a meeting like this and I'll say, everybody, you get paid on time, isn't it? And people will start saying, no. You understand? So once we say 45 days, for the gentleman, we mean 45 days. We're not saying 30 days and then you're being paid in 50 days. I hope that's clear for everybody. So 45 days is the midpoint. And I think if we look at it realistically, I think it's ideal, for everybody.
All right, thank you, sir. Before we go to the next question, I want to repeat this information. Toyota Blue Camry, Toyota AAA 870H. If you came in with your driver, you can just call him to repark, please.
Yeah, Doc, thank you very much. Beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. Can I speak? Okay. Yes, I thank you, like I was saying, for the presentation. Thank you very much. Quite interesting. I want to say, please, can NNPC do something about this? Because we've had experience about this. Okay, we're supplying a product, PMS for that matter, that is supposed to be received. And we informed NNPC before our vessel actually betted. It took 3 whole days, and I know the demurrage we paid. And we informed NNPC. The guy said, he said, he didn't enter it. 3 whole days, we paid demurrage. That's not fair. He said he didn't enter it. I don't know where he's supposed to enter it or whatever. It's not funny. It wasn't funny that time because, one almost had a high BP. Please, it's very important. And then even the 45 days you said, they added 3 extra days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, you heard the gentleman. Nobody will be happy with that kind of scenario. I remember we talked about this. What is missing in that process? Advanced shipment notice. You said it that you told him, but it's nowhere in the system. You understand? Once you do this in Ariba, advanced shipment notice, you're going to refer to that demurrage you won't pay. NNPC would pay. You understand? Because it's now not on you. NNPC would pay that demurrage because it's clearly in the system that this vessel is going to berth so day. What we're supposed to be doing is we're supposed to be waiting outside there for the vessel to come. You understand? It's like when they're picking me up to come here, they will tell me, we're almost here. I will come down, and I'm there for 10 minutes. They haven't come. That one is not fair on me, isn't it? So you can see. Also, I don't want a situation that they will come down. They are there waiting for me in the hotel. Me, I'm still upstairs doing one thing or maybe having breakfast. So I keep them waiting for 10 minutes. So you can see both sides. So that's why we need to meet in the middle. Okay? You are going to tell me exactly when. So maybe when you're 2 minutes away, let me know. You understand? It needs to be 2 minutes. So that when I come down, I also time my own to meet you there at 2 minutes, and we meet in the middle. He won't pay 3 days demurrage. 3 days demurrage is a lot of money. In his industry, it's a lot of money. It's even enough to wipe out half of his profit. You understand? So he won't be happy. We laughed over it You can see, he said his BP went up. So it's not fair on both parties, which is why with this process, you can see that's why I was elaborating on it and making reference to it. That it's very important. Advanced shipment note. Okay? Before you send the item, put the date. You understand? And then you can hold us responsible for that. But this one is one-on-one. It's one-on-one with that person. It's not in any system. So it's going to be a bit difficult. But going forward, we will use this. We're all changing. And just make sure this happens.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next question.
Okay.
I'll come to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Obiora Ikemefuna. I'm from Emzor Pharmaceuticals. Okay, so my question is around invoicing. Assuming I've done everything I'm supposed to do, I've got the email, I have a PO, and I'm at the point of delivering. Permit me to use your example of 50 bags of rice. At the point of supply, most of us will write an invoice, right? 50 bags of rice. Now, I get on Ariba, I see that I can now invoice. I go in there to invoice, and I see the line items that my 50 bags of rice is now 45. Good. I've been asked to attach an invoice. What invoice am I going to attach? Am I attaching the 50 bags of rice invoice that I wrote earlier, or am I attaching an invoice for 45 bags of rice that you have received? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, let me just put it mildly. That invoice you wrote for 50, you wrote it for yourself. You all agree? He wrote it for himself because that is not the invoice. The invoice you need to write, which is why I said at the point of delivery, writing an invoice is premature. It's only, and once you do one, you've done delivery, you have to wait. Let that delivery be confirmed. So that delivery now confirms 45, which is what you'll see here. So which means the invoice you need to write is for 45. You can argue the 5 later. You can even say, okay, no, I'm not going to invoice until the other 5 is settled. Okay? A PO to an invoice is not one-to-one. It's a one-to-many relationship. So you send 50, they accept 45. You come here, this invoice says 45. What the system will automatically do, go back to the PO, deduct 45, and say on that PO, 5 is still open for delivery. You understand? So that invoice has gone. You can now come back, collect the 5 that they said is not good, bring another 5, they look at it, they said it's okay. Another line will come up here, we'll say 5. You can now do another invoice for 5. Okay? So my advice would be, if they accept 45, invoice that one. Let that one go into the invoicing cycle, 45 days. Do your whatever with that 5. Once they agree on that 5, let that one come with another invoice, 45 days. But if you wait, it means you will wait, go back and forth, and then do one invoice for 50, 45 days will start counting. But all those days you've wasted won't count. You understand? So that's the most efficient way for you to actually do it. But like the example you gave, that invoice of 50, you've written it for yourself. But really, you just wrote it, so you can just cancel that one, write another one for 45. Okay? I hope that's clear for everybody.
All right.
So goods receipt must be confirmed, which is why we said at that point, call. Call us, you're not disturbing. Receive this item, are they all okay? Once they confirm it. And also don't let it be word of mouth confirmation. They need to do it in the system. Okay? And once they confirm it in the system, you see it immediately. You receive an email and you will see it when you log in. I hope that answers the question. Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Next question.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Wallace. Thank you for your presentation.
Organization, please.
Wemsley Wallace. So you talked about your invoicing process, and you said there are 3 types of invoice: non-PO, PO. we offer a service based on an SLA, service level agreement.
Yes.
And we have to deliver the service before we invoice. And you said, do not work without a PO. So where do we find ourselves? Because our payments are based on PO. We deliver service, deliver the invoice, and then serve a PO before we get our PO. So if we have to follow you, it means we should not work.
Okay. You have to follow me. So what's been happening there is a back to front approach.
Yes.
Okay? So you've been doing the right thing. We just need to realign it a bit. All right, so you are providing a service. You have a contract for it, isn't it?
Yes.
Immediately you receive that contract, they need to create a PO for you. The PO will clearly define all the milestones, because it could be a milestone activity, or it could be one line that you call off on. So it's tenured, yes. So on the PO, it will clearly state it there. Tenure, when it's due, and so on and so forth. That will be on the PO. Is that PO you are going to use for invoice. But remember, before you invoice on that PO, you submit a service entry, isn't it? Okay, for now, everybody, you don't submit service entry. We do it for you. So you might not know that happens. Okay? What you do now is, once you receive the PO, or let me just give a typical scenario. You have a contract, you have a PO. In his case, he has a contract. So what he does is contract invoice. And we see a lot of this in NMPC. Which entity are you doing this for? NUIMS, NEPL?
NMPC.
Corporate. Retail, okay. So we see a lot with this in the corporate HQ. It will be difficult to do this. But in other entities, we see this happens. You receive a contract, you start working. Okay? Once you finish the job, you submit an invoice. Now what happens behind the scenes is that when you submit that invoice, they now use that invoice to prepare a PO for you. Okay? So the whole process still continues. It just happens back to front. So you submit an invoice, then the PO is created, then they'll do service entry, then they'll do service acceptance, then that invoice is submitted. That is the only time it gets posted into the system. You understand? So all these activities happen, but we are doing all those things for you. It is not efficient. Okay? When we receive that invoice, that's when we start making provision for payment. We haven't committed that amount because there's no working document of that contract. So that's going to stop. And also you need to help us. Don't do any service. So yes, don't work. Tell them, I have a valid contract, give us a PO. And retail, they're actually here. Retail supply chain, they're at the back. They will give you a PO. You understand? Everybody that has a contract should have a valid service order or a purchase order. You must have it. You understand? Very important is the working document. It's helping both of us. This is how we ensure that your payment is 45 days. It's not 48 days in your case. Well, we're still okay with 48 days, isn't it?
All right. All right, sir. Thank you. Next question, please.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. My question relates to what you just asked. My own type of service is essential. Is like an internet service. You'd say I need PO before I provide. And if I cut you off, you won't even have access to your SAP.
Just push the mic.
If I cut you off, you won't even have access to your SAP. So in that situation, what should I do?
All right. So, since you have threatened to cut us off, which you will threaten to go elsewhere. You are not the only one providing internet service. But the situation is, he still wants to ask a follow-up question. The situation is that it doesn't matter what service you're providing. Immediately we sign the contract with you, we give you a PO.
It takes time.
It doesn't take time. Like we've said, it's all automated. And
this year's PO was gotten in November.
I know.
From January.
So that's what we're saying. We have to work with it. I understand what you're saying. So don't get me wrong. We're talking of things in the past, things that have passed away. This is the future of work. One is everybody must have a PO. I'm not taking what you've said lightly because I know that's what happens in the system. Let me just tell you, that's what happens. Internet subscriptions and other essential service. We will not say, oh, it's essential, we need to pay. Everything is essential. Everything we're ordering from you is essential. Like he said, they will say, well, look, we're going to cut you off so day. So because of that, everybody will run around and then they will get money and pay. But we need to follow the right process. So what we're saying is that for his service, immediately we contract him. The PO goes out immediately. It's the working document of that contract. The PO is no different to the contract. Everything in the contract will now take it out and then isolate it in the PO. There's nothing on that PO that is not in the contract. So that document should be ready immediately. I know now PO is like gold, so it can take time for you to get it. But that's in the past. Right now, it's fully automated. You get it immediately. I think most of you have been seeing it. You've been getting the POs in an automated manner. So that will change very quickly for you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Next question. Please just hold on. We are moving gradually to the back. It will get to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is April from Goshen Services Group. Please, thank you so much for the lecture. I just want a clarification in regards to taxation. You just said something about, from January, what is going to start, and I just want some clarification. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm not going to quote the new tax rates and so on, but I expect that most of you already know that from 1st of January, you're going to be paying a little bit more in taxes. We all know that, isn't it? So the new tax rate, even us as employees were shouting because we're going to pay a lot more. You understand? So you're going to pay a little bit more. I'm sure FIRS would have contacted you to know, on our part, the responsibility of NNPC as part of this new tax regime is that every invoice you send to us, we need to send, the set time is up, we need to send a copy to FIRS. That's all we are doing from our own part. Okay? But in terms of tax deduction, the stamp duty, we don't need to deduct, and so on and so forth. So that one is clear, and you as suppliers, you know that because FIRS would have told you what that is. But the main responsibility is that every invoice, we need to send electronic copy to FIRS. When we pay you also, we need to send it to them. So it's a little bit different than just the increase of the tax rate. We also have this obligation to do these two items.
All right, thank you, sir. Next
Good
question.
afternoon, everyone. My name is Fumbi Aliu. Sir, I want to ask this question concerning the travel agency, whereby we have someone that wants to travel very urgent, like we have to put that person on a flight in the next 30, 21 hours. So how do we wait for PO? How do we get the PO, going forth and back, get the PO process and all that before we now issue the ticket, and this person is, is about to miss the flight or whatever? How do we go about it, sir?
All right, so something has gone wrong. If I want to fly in the next 1 hour, and I'm just coming to you, but a PO is few minutes. Let's not, because this is how it starts, you understand? And then, once we do that once, we normalize the process. I'm sure you all agree. So we need to follow the process. We need to look at it to say, okay, these things will happen. Maybe it comes in today, I have to travel immediately. I come to you. That engagement with you would come with a PO. A PO takes literally a minute to create. It doesn't take time. Okay? As I'm making the request, is approved, you get a PO. Okay? You know what that PO is? That PO is my order to you to go and buy ticket. Is a purchase order or is a service order, SO. That is the only document I give to you to go and buy the ticket. It will state how many tickets, where I'm going, and so and so, when I will pay you. You understand? That's what you need. Okay, it just takes a minute to create it. Faults are on both sides for this. It's not just you. You also need to know that you should push back and say, give me the PO. Okay? Because if you buy the ticket and we don't pay you, what will happen? You understand? From us. So you can see. All right.
All right. Next question. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Odogu Justice from Topec Engineering. My question is based on the invoice when you are to execute the service, and because what he mentioned, the person that did the purchase order mentioned that you cannot request for any payments until a service is done before you can send in your invoice. So in a situation where you submitted your terms of payments in the bidding process where there's a particular percentage that ought to be paid as advance, and that was accepted and the contract was awarded to you. So in such situation, there's already an agreement that an advance payment ought to be made. And with the automated system now, there's no room for that. How do we go about that situation?
Okay, so I haven't said there's no room for that. I hope we all agree. The PO is the working document. I remember I've been emphasizing on this. It is the working document of the contract. You see, everything in that contract is on that PO. If the PO states that 5% in advance, 15% in advance, that is the first thing that will be on the PO. You understand? So that's the first thing that will go out of that PO, the advance payment. So that line straight away will go to Treasury and queue up there for payment. How long is that line going to take for payment? 45 days. But also in that contract, it states in there, you would have said it, that I'm going to start this job once I receive the advance payment. So you are not starting until you receive the advance payment. So if it's 45 days, you receive the advance payment, that means that's when you are going to start. You understand? So advance payment is taken care of. Just all we need to know is that the PO comes after the contract. You remember when we did the alignment, we said the number one document is the contract. After you've done all the sourcing, RFP, you've won the bid, the first document that comes out is a legal document, which is the contract. That PO is the working document of this contract. Everything on that contract, advance payment, the milestones, date of delivery, everything is in there. Incidental payments. Some of you, there might be incidental payments, it will be on the PO. So the PO will state everything. Once you receive that PO, what do you do? What do you do when you receive the PO? Confirm. What I expect you to do, when you receive that PO, you take the PO, you go to your contract. You will now check, isn't it? Confirm that everything is okay. If it's okay, you confirm it. If it's not, reject and give the reason. So maybe the reason for you would now be you didn't state on here the advance payment. It needs to be on the PO. I hope that's clear for everybody. All right.
All right, sir. Next question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Joseph. I'm representing Nexus Alliance Limited. Thank you. My question has to do with when payment has been made. Because the system has a self-generating function where the vendor can actually generate payment advice so that you can ascertain the deductions and you know you got what you are supposed to be paid. Secondly, in the case there is an issue in the system and your invoice stayed in the system beyond 45 days, because the automated system will certainly reduce human interface. How is there a designated email address, account payables, inquiries that you can actually make inquiries that what's happening with my invoice is past 45? Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. The first question is, you can see the last document here is your remittance advice. So immediately payment is made, you receive this. So even before you receive the cash in your bank, maybe the cash might take a few hours or so, but immediately payment is made, you receive a remittance advance with all the total deductions, everything. You will see it is well detailed. You will receive that. Now the second question is, we're not going to do you like an earpiece. Me and some of my colleagues, we came on earpiece. Okay? First flight. Woke up 5 a.m. This is on Monday. We got to the airport. It was now 8:30, the flight. My colleague at the back there, she said, no, it's not possible. That first flight is always, I won't tell you what will happen with the other leg, I'll leave that one. But 8:30, and they just left us there. Okay? For you, we've said 45 days. So you have a date, isn't it? After this has been invoiced, you have a date, and you can calculate it. The system will tell you. If it's going to change, you will see it in the system. So it's not going to be a case of 45 days. 45 days has passed, and then you're just waiting. What's happening? You understand? It's not going to be like that. So it's 45 days, and today is the 45th day. No payment. Okay? Even before that day, 2 days before, it will have tell you it's been scheduled. On that day, it will tell you that payment is going out. Once you have a payment that is going out, that means it will go. But before that day, if it needs to be rescheduled, you will see another rescheduled date. So like the gentleman here, that is 45 days. Before that 45 days, he will now see another rescheduled date. Extra 3 days has been added. 48th day, you get your payment. You understand? So you will know when the payment will come out. You won't just be left in limbo. Like Airpeace left us in limbo. You understand? But you will know. I know it's not always good that it's supposed to be 45 days, you are paid much later, but you will know and you can plan that this is not going to happen. Yes, there's a number, there's an email that you can call, you can rant, but you're ranting and it's not going to change what that system is saying. You understand? Okay? Just like my colleague, she ranted at Airpeace, but it still didn't change the 8:30. And the other thing that happened, you understand? So we just have to accept it, but we need to be on the same page. NNPC, and you remember, we're now collaborating. We are business partners in this. So we need to make sure that you do your part, we'll do our part. So 45 days will be 45 days. And then we'll now go back to the gentleman's question here. He said, why 45 days? Is that not too long? Can't it be, since you are saying efficiency. So yes, once we start looking at that 45 days, the efficiency starts coming in. Management can now say, okay, let's reduce this 45 days to 30 days or 40 days. You understand? And then as efficiency is coming in and so on. And also, I don't know if you recall, the manager accounts payable came up to me here. I don't know if you remember seeing him a few minutes ago. So he told me, he said, Doc, you know, we're also collecting. Okay? Just like we are your customers. We also have customers that we have to collect from. The payment terms with them is 30 days. We've left room in between just in case they don't pay us before. You understand? Which is why our payment terms with you is 45 days. So they pay us in 30 days, we keep the money small, and then we pay you in 45 days. If no, because they to the the default. So we leave that 15 days allowance so that we can guarantee you 45 days. You understand? But once we start seeing that collection coming in quicker, so it's 30 days, people are paying in 30 days, and so on, we might then reduce yours. But we want to be able to guarantee you that it's 45 days that we're paying you. Because if the gentleman here, he said 3 days. Before, people will be saying, oh, they paid us 2 months after. We don't see that again in the system. Once you say 45 days, it's 45 days. You might have a percentage of people that are paid maybe 2 days after, 3 days after, but that 45 days will not go maximum more than 5 days after.
All right, thank you, sir. Please, the next question. And we have one final question, and we'll be done with the Q&A.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ife from Thompson Engineering. So it's a very simple question, and I don't know whether it was a slip earlier in the presentation that you said 45 working days. And we've been arguing on our table, is 45 days, is 45 working days. So can you clarify it and definitively tell us now, is it 45 days? That means if I have an accepted invoice on the 1st of November, by 15th December, I should just be waiting in my bank account and I'll get a lot. Thank you.
All right, so that's one easy one to answer. I'm going to put it back at you. Okay? Do you work 7 days a week? The system too is working like us now. So 45 days is 45 working days. No holidays, no weekends. It's 45 working days. So essentially it means 2 months and 1 week. It's working days now. We don't... Why they are? But that's the truth now. We don't work... The way we work is automated system. Automated system too needs to rest. It doesn't rest. Okay. We need to set the working days. It's an automated system, but you need to set the parameters in there. It's not 7 days. Ladies and gentlemen, it's working days. So whoever said working days on your table has won that table's discussion.
All right.
So it's 45 working days.
Right. Thank you, sir. The last question.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shade Adeniyi, representing Shandi Photo World. Sir, I want a clarity on that standard account. You said we have 2 accounts, standard and enterprise. I want to know if smaller business can go for that standard, and what are the implications? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. In fact, regardless of your size, what we are saying as NNPC is that everybody should go for standard. Okay, please. I hope everybody's clear on that. We're not bringing in this system for you to start paying another subscription to somebody. It's completely free. Ladies and gentlemen, completely free. Nobody will charge you to onboard. Nobody will charge you to create a PO. I think we're going to hear from GLC team when they're going to talk about ethics and so on. Because the beginning of, ladies and gentlemen, are we still together? When this Ariba first came on board, a lot of stories were coming back to us that people are charging you to do the onboarding. External companies are providing that service to you and so on. We made it clear the onboarding you can do yourself. You can see Ariba Help Desk at the back. They can help you with onboarding. You are not supposed to pay anybody to help you with onboarding. You can do it yourself. It's a seamless activity. Ariba is completely free. So, madam, they asked the question, standard is what you should go for. The standard account is completely free. You're not, excuse me, you're not paying anything, and you will never pay anything. Now, if you go for the enterprise, what it means is that you want to use that system for more extended business and do a lot other things outside, you know, what the standard will give to you during your procurement process.
By our due diligence, can we put our hands together? By our due diligence, can we put our hands together as we have Mr. Efe together, as we have Mr. Efe Rire come to give us that breakdown now. Rire come to give us that breakdown now. Please make it louder as he walks to the microphone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we tired? Supposing I said you all get POs before leaving here, would that change anything? Okay, so I'll make my prisoners or their representatives offer bribes or receive bribe on our behalf. As also, we do not tolerate facilitation payments. We've heard from Doc that is 45 days. So do not try to facilitate it by giving someone offering any gift to anybody to quicken the process. 45 days is going to be 45 days starting from January. Then in dealing with our business partners, we expect that they comply with our laws on bribery and corruption, our policy, and also abide by every policy and laws of the land concerning bribery and corruption. So it is expected that at all times when you are conducting business for us, you do not offer any form of bribe on our behalf or offer our employees bribe. The next provision I want to talk about is gifts and entertainment. The year is coming to an end. We all love to be appreciated and also appreciate others. So it is. Okay, so I will just continue until this comes. Okay, stop. Something is touching something. Okay, so we love to be appreciated and also be appreciated. So we want to remind you of our gift policy. NNPC prohibits its employees from soliciting for gift from our business partners. What that means is that anybody who calls you seeking for gifts, please report them. Feel free. Don't be obligated to give out gifts to any employee. You have a whistleblowing line, whistleblowing@nnpcgroup.com. Please feel free. That mail goes to the Chief Compliance Officer and the Head Business Ethics. Those are the only two people that receive that email. Your identity will be protected. You will not be in any way exposed. Okay, so this is completely off. Okay, so just to mention the gift that we prohibit our business partners from giving to our employees. One, we do not allow you to give cash. It is prohibited that employees collect cash from our business partners or cash equivalents. Do not give gift vouchers for people to go to supermarkets or electronic stores this Christmas to go and do shopping. It is prohibited. We also do not allow personal services, offering personal services, or you granting loans to our employees. And also, employees are prohibited from accepting meals or attending events that you are not present. So don't be offended when an employee turns down a meal or an event you have invited them for, just because they know that you are not going to be there, so they will turn you down. And also, we do not accept gifts that are of inappropriate nature or in inappropriate venues. So the next provision I'd like to talk about is on conflicts of interest. What do we mean by conflict of interest? Conflict of interest are situations where an employee allows their personal either financial or non-financial interest, to make them act in ways that are not in the best interest of NNPC. So our code of conduct identifies 3 types of code of conflict of interest: the direct conflict of interest, indirect conflict of interest, and perceived conflict of interest. So it is, I'll provide a brief explanation of each of these conflict of interest. For the direct conflict of interest, this is where an employee or a board member, their relation, or their unmarried children below the age of 18 have investments or occupy management positions in companies that do business with NNPC. For the indirect conflict of interest, this is where they do not have investment in such companies, they do not hold management positions, but they exercise some form of controls over such companies. Then for the perceived conflict of interest, this is where they stand to benefit from the outcome of any decision that will be taken on behalf of that company. So the guidelines to avoid conflict of interest is to ensure that your agents do not take decisions that may create a conflict of interest between the business partner and NNPC. And the next provision of the code of conduct I'd like to talk about is on anti-money laundering. NNPC does not tolerate money laundering, and we do not do business with money launderers. So what that means, money laundering is simply that they should refrain from any activities that would result into money laundering and comply with our laws. That is our expectations from our business partners. The next provision I'd like to talk about is public communication, media, and press. NNPC, like every other responsible business, gives out or is obligated to publish certain information that are either statutory or within a or that are required by a standard. So in doing that, we do that with integrity. We make sure such information we put out are accurate and they are complete. And so what we also expect from our business partners is that our information in your care, you should seek permission, never use them for your personal gain. Do not trade our information with our competitors, and do not use them for any other thing outside the purpose for which you've obtained them from. And also, as a supplier, if you have our information with you and there's any loss or theft of such information, either in your laptop or any of your equipment or your documents, please report to NNPC that such information is missing, and we'll know the next line of action to take. Information management is another provision that I'd like to talk about. All organizations survive on information. Information is very key these days. We know information can either make or mar you. So as NNPC, our information, we regard them as sensitive, and we expect that you treat them as such at all times. And just to sound a note of warning to our business partners, do not transact business with us or with any of our employees using their personal emails. It is expected that if you must transact business, always request for their official email. Do not send anything to their personal emails. It is prohibited. And also, where you have our information with you and you do not know how to use them, it's better you seek for professional advice. And this is just for you to avoid anything that might accidentally create a legal binding commitment for NNPC. Then we also comply as a company to the Nigerian Data Protection Act of 2023. And what this entails is that we protect the data of our employees, that of our business partners, and all those we do business with. And we also use them for the purpose for which we have collected them for, and nothing outside that. And the next is on national and international trade. We have businesses outside the shores of Nigeria also. And what we expect from our business partners is that we comply with laws in those jurisdictions where we are carrying out business, as we are also committed to compliance with such laws. For the responsibility for the code of conduct, it is the governance, risks, and compliance unit that is responsible for reviewing and updating the code of conduct. And that is where I'm from. I'm from the governance, risks, and compliance division. And it's also the Governance, Risks and Compliance Division that validates any violation to our code of conduct, report it to a disciplinary committee, and send the recommendation to management for approval. It is our responsibility to also update our board and also executive management on the level of compliance with our code of conduct. So we have the responsibility for people we call compliance champion in the system, and this also applies also to all staff. And we're also encouraging our business partners also to do the same. To read our policies are available on our website, and where it's not enough to just read them, you should abide and adhere by those policies. And where you are confused, seek for clarification and also attend training. We want to thank you for taking time out to join us this afternoon, and we are enlightening you on very key important business activity. Then we also have report non-compliance. Please, if you see something wrong, say something. We want the system to change. It is a new NMPC. We all are aware that we are preparing to do our initial public offer. So we want a change system. We are growing and we want to ensure we have a strong ethical culture in place. Feel free to report. Whistleblowing at nmpcgroup.com, I repeat again. And also just to encourage you, we're also in the process of looking for how to outsource our whistleblowing channel so that you can feel free to report without any form of retribution. One key aspect I also would be discussing this afternoon is on integrity due diligence. Yes, we've registered on the Ariba platform. We have the technical capability. We have everything that is required of us. One key thing that we do is to carry out what we call know your customer, just like the banks also do. We want to know who we are doing business with. So based on that, NMPC developed an integrity due diligence policy and framework. And the purpose of this is to help us identify the risks that we could be exposed to in doing business with you. What that now means is not a means of disqualifying you. It's just for us to put mitigations in place so that when such risk crystallizes, we know how best to manage them. So that's a summary of what the due diligence policy does for us. So the objective is for us to identify specific information about our counterparties, look for their reputation, also their litigation footprint, and also check for the relationship they have with other government agencies, look if they are politically exposed person on their board, and the likes of it. So the due diligence policy is also for us to comply with local and international laws on bribery and corruption. So we also have is for provide us a basis for us to identify, for identification, selection, and development of appropriate relationship with those who are credible to do business with us. So the due diligence scope covers vendors, customers, NGOs, even covers those we want to employ into our system. We carry out due diligence on them. You all will agree with me that before you employ anybody into your organization, you want to see the academic qualification. You want to be sure that they actually went to those schools. So we do the same thing. So we also do for NGOs, those we offer donations to. We do due diligence for them just to be sure that they are not just conduits. When we give them our money, then they channel it into financing terrorism or doing human trafficking or such. So this is the categorization of the counterparties that we have, and this is the kind of risk we could be exposed to. So we have the anti-bribery and corruption risks, reputational risks, where there could be adverse media, there's negative press about your company, and this does not mean that it disqualifies you. There's a case where a company reported to us that yes, we have adverse media, we have a bad publicity, but this was what happened, and this is what we did, these are the steps we took, and yes, it was reviewed internally and the company was allowed to do business with us. So the process of due diligence is not to screen you out, I repeat again. It's just for us to know what risks we might be exposed to and how best to manage them. So we also look at, there are also fraud risks and also regulatory non-compliance risks. We have those who have their licenses either revoked in the past also. So we want to be sure why was your license revoked, so that we don't start a business that will be unable to finish. So what are we looking out for? Like I said, we are looking out for your corporate information. We are looking out for reputational issues, regulatory checks. We are checking if there are negative findings about your company. And we are also looking at your financial capabilities. So what do we require to do this due diligence? It's a list of your company's executive management, their key employees in your business. We also say it's from the CAC Form 2, and somebody raised a concern yesterday that CAC has stopped issuing this form. That what they do is the status report, which is also what we have on item 5, item 5. So that's okay. So this is just a list of what we request from you. The businesses will be sending you a link. They'll be sending you 2 links. One is for you to do a self-assessment. We want you to tell us yourself, has your licenses been revoked? Yes or no? You say, and it provides a remark column where if you say yes, you can tell us why your license was revoked in the past. It asks you other questions. Where have you ever been sanctioned for any reason? Have you ever been in any criminal activity? It asks you those type of questions. So it's called a self-assessment form. Then there's an attestation part of the form that tells you to confirm that the information that you've provided is true. And if you say they are true, it also goes ahead to tell you that NNPC have the right to what? To discontinue business with you if they find out that you've provided the false information. And the other link that you'll be given is for you to upload any necessary documents that will require to do the due diligence. So in conclusion, the integrity due diligence process is not targeted towards disqualifying you. It's just for us to identify, it's for early identification of the risks that we could be exposed to, and looking for better ways to mitigate such risks. So, and as such, we want to encourage you to please provide us with informations that are accurate and are complete, so that together we can grow businesses together. Thank you very much.
Please appreciate Mr. Eferire from the Governance Risks and Compliance Division. Please, any question? Do we have any question?
There's a question.
Okay.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Joy. I don't know if this question is related to what you've just talked about, but I just wanted to confirm, as a registered supplier or vendor, are we permitted to put you on our social media handles as part of our partners?
Okay, thank you very much. I believe you saw that part. Let me go back. Okay. Public communication, media, and press. So what this says for employee now, let me come back home. That employees of NNPC should be careful not to allow whatsoever remarks they are giving to be that of the company at any time. So the only person that is qualified to give you that answer is people from our corporate communications. I cannot answer that question. So you now understand what our code of conduct says. So I'm just telling you what on my part, even if I have the answer, I cannot tell you. So that question I will channel to the corporate communications. I don't know if we have any of them here. Those are the only people who are permitted to speak on behalf of the company anytime.
All right, thank you.
We'll take your questions and we'll get back to you if you give me your email.
Okay, thank you so very much. Can we please appreciate our facilitator, please? All right. All right, dear participants, I want to say thank you so very much for being this patient to learn about the Ariba platform. Are we ready to engage this platform? Oh, come on, you're not speaking as if you're excited. Are you ready? Do you have enough knowledge about it now? So come January, please, let's just switch to what? To what? To what? Because that is where you get your payment going forward. All right, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this summit. Please put your hands together for staying to the end. Yes, yes, thank you so very much for being that patient to learn and to move forward in your business. And so we have randomly selected, because there's certificate to be offered, but it's on the ground floor. What we did now is randomly selected 2 badges of certificate to be presented right here and take a group photography. To present the first badge, please, I'd like to call on the Manager, Business and IT Category Management, Mr. Bola Asunloye, please. Mr. Bola, are you around? Please, can we celebrate him? Can we appreciate him as he comes to present the first badge of certificate? You're welcome, sir. All right, so for the first badge of certificate, we have Digital Energy Integrated Services Limited. Representative, please come forward. Please celebrate him as he comes for being patient. Appreciate him. Digital, once you get your certificate, just wait for a group photography. Oh. All right, thank you. We have PFL Engineering Services Limited. PFL. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the applause. Thank you. Thank you. Services, Glotel Integrated Services, please. And to join that, Q Atlantic Ports and Logistics Services Limited. Atlantic Ports and Logistics Services Limited. Okay, we have Very Limited. Very Limited, are you here?
LMS, come to smoke cannabis. Doctors say make a pop one of this. Make me feel like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Me myself no do these. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs.
Scm Supplier Summit organizers, bringing you this timely information because the world has gone digital. So business is done digitally right now, and so they have taken out time to put all of this together and make it happen for you. I also want to appreciate the organizers with name is Leonard together with yourself. Right now, if you have the middle voucher, go behind us. You can go silent and go behind us. Oh yeah, please. Thank you so very much. Safe trip back home.